Dad!
Party pussy.
Dad!
Bring your family together. Optus Family Plan with 4 SIMs and 250 gigs of data to share.
And welcome back, everybody, to Meta, the regional finals here for League of Legends. My name is Ewan Midnight Reed, and I am joined by Benjamin Tico Lee for our Best of 5 series here to celebrate the finalists for the New South Wales region.
Yes, Canberra College versus Kingsgrove North High School. These two teams we have been seeing quite a bit leading up to this point, and I can say that these guys are good. At a minimum, they're good. Look, they're decent. They're decent.
Tico, they've reached the finals for New South Wales. I'd argue that yes, they're at least pretty decent when they reach this point of competition coming in here. Of course, we do have to, of course, introduce the two teams that will be making it this far. Of course, Canberra College will be starting on the blue side of Summoner's Rift, and facing up against them on the red is going to be Kingsgrove North High School, a team that we have seen quite a few times on stream. I'm actually quite interested to see how this team been rather dominant when we do get to see them going up against the likes of Canberra College, who I don't think, at least in my recollection, that they've been streamed so far. So maybe a dark horse coming into today's Best of 5 series.
Yeah, well, I personally haven't seen them perform, but if they've gotten to this point, I mean, they gotta be good. So, as we said before. So, I mean, just saying. When we would look at the ranks, though, across the board, Kingsgrove North High School do seem to have a bit more of an advantage, being Platinum a plus, while Canberra College do have their ranks in the Gold Plus area with 2 challengers on the side of Kingsgrove and the highest being a Diamond player on Canberra College. Not to say that Canberra College don't have an opportunity to take Kingsgrove North High School to the bench, as it is a best of 5, so they have quite a few opportunities to take the game away from Kingsgrove.
Yeah, anything can happen in a best of 5. But before we do dive head first into that one, I would like to say, this is of course in partnership with our sponsors, which you can see behind myself and Tico, that being Acer Intel, Optus, Torrens University, and of course Harvey Norman. So of course, thanks to them for ensuring that we get to run the BO5 today. And I'm really excited to see these two teams butt heads, because League of Legends can get pretty chaotic during the best of times, and that's with a coordinated team. These guys have had a lot of time to work together. There's been a lot of practice with each other as well, and I'm very interested to see how they're going to go into this.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got quite a bit of time ahead of themselves. We're just going to wait to see if these guys are ready to go in, but I just want to look back on as to how these guys have played before, because we've seen them a couple times on stream, talking about Kingsgrove North High School. So these guys, they perform rather well as a team. Their team fight potential is immense. Like, these guys know what they're doing in terms of their front to back team fight composition. They make sure that their spacing is good. They make sure that they roam as a 5-man squad usually. And being the Panda Republic, these guys have sort of been playing together for a while.
Yeah, and we've seen some highlights of the Kingsgrove North High School throughout the course of the 7 weeks of traditional play. Now, specifically, despite them having 3 pandas on their team, then mid laner specifically tends to pop up in highlight clips. I've seen a few of them, and he just always seems to be there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they go, because again, we expect a lot out of Kingsgrove. We don't exactly know what we expect out of Canberra College, but again, they've gotten here. Given it's a best of 5, I am expecting us to go to at least 4 games, hopefully. I'm banking on it. And we'll see how that one jazz itself, because it's very interesting. Because there's the idea of in League of Legends, it's comfort in what you're good at, and meta, what is strong right now. And what's strong right now is the likes of Lethality Varus, even if he did get nerfed recently, he's still a thing. Syndra is still a priority in the middle lane. Silas is rearing his head around. There's a little bit of everything you can choose from. So it's going to be interesting to see the bans that come through in the first game, because that's going to show the research about who's going for target banning, and who's saying, okay, let's just do a blanket statement of what's strong, and then deal with the problems when we reach them.
Yeah, well, I will be expecting there to be a lot of target bans, especially against the likes of Kingsgrove, because these guys, they have been known to not necessarily play the meta, but I mean, they do pick the priority picks. They make sure that Varus has been locked in when he was strong, when his lethality laning Varus was still in its prime, which was, I don't know, a patch or two ago. And now I do believe that we will have a lot of comfort picks to come out from both teams, just because it's not necessarily professional league. These guys are high schoolers. You got to remember the level that they play. They're high schoolers, but they play like they are really good, like semi-pro, amateur sort of stuff, like amateur pro. So
I mean, we got to see that last year. We had a guy who I think was being scouted for challenger teams here in OCE. So I think Mammoth ended up picking him up or something like that. So this is the area to get your name known coming into this meta series here. Again, best of 5, game number 1. It's what we like to call a bit of a scouting game. You find out what the other team can play, what they can't play, and who seems to be the more scary of laners. And right now it does seem that the bottom lane is the area of focus, with 2 bot lane bans coming out so far, the Ashe and the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I mean, priority bans, Kog'Maw, if they want to get rid of that scaling AD carry, that mini artillery coming out from the Kog'Maw, and with the new skin, Arcanus Kog'Maw, beautiful skin, I love it. We have seen a higher pick priority coming out from the Kog'Maw as well. I honestly think that is because of the skin, just because people want to start playing it. That's what I've done. But Corki Ban coming out as well, a good priority pick in the mid lane for a marksman with 80% AP damage. Good one there.
Yeah, the Corki Ban, he's been popping up a lot recently, so at least in professional play. So it does make sense to see him on the ban list. The last ones coming up from the side of Canberra College is, of course, the Bane. Very good in the bot lane, and if you're feeling obnoxious, you can play it in top lane too.
Oh,
so
definitely so.
I like to see that one taken away. The final ban is nothing, apparently. So that's maybe a bit of an oopsies there coming through. But we do see the first lock-in here for Canberra College. It's Lulu, which does tell us quite clearly what we're expecting in the bottom lane here from Canberra College's side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a hyper carry bot lane coming out from Canberra College. They've picked a Lulu, and it seems like they're sort of forcing Kingsgrove to guess what they're going to pick, force to pick out of them and see if they're going to do so. Otherwise, there is potential for a Twitch Lulu to come out.
Twitch Lulu, you've also got likes of the Jinx, you've got Kog'Maw, as examples, off the table, but Tristana is another option you can look along the likes of. So there are a ton of hyper carry picks that Lulu will perform really well with. I really hope they don't fall into the trap of locking in something like an Ezreal or a Jhin here. I really think it's super inefficient to lock in that with the likes of a Lulu. But jury is out on Canberra College. On the other side, we see both solo laners coming in here for Kingsgrove. And that's not a drafting style I'm the world's biggest fan of. Because now you've said, okay, now you get a counter pick on Gnar and you get a counter pick on Syndra. There are quite a few things that do decently into that, and they decided Mordekaiser is the solution.
Well, Mordekaiser's strong in the top lane. Gnar has received a little bit of a buff when it comes to his, I believe it boosted up to 20% attack speed on his jump. So still not a significant enough buff for him to be a priority pick in the top lane. So I don't agree with that, but we are seeing some counter picks coming out. Vladimir does a large counter pick against Syndra because of his Sanguine pull. He has the ability to dodge Scout of the Week from Syndra. On the side of Mordekaiser as well, just a huge solo lane threat, especially against the Gnar. It doesn't matter that Gnar has range. Mordekaiser can drag him in and say, hey, I'm gonna smack you with my mace, bring you into the realm of death, and say, hey, you're gonna die and you're not coming back out.
Yeah, there's only so far Gnar can cut you out to when he's stuck in a boxing ring, basically. That is the death realm there. So, bit of a pain in the ass to deal with Gnar, unless he pays like the QSS tax. But that's not something that Gnar wants to pay, at least in the early game. As we hit the second round of bans here, Olaf, the last lock in here for Kingsgrove in the first half. It is, I think, a pretty decent jungler. So I'm a fan to see that one. And then We talked about hyper carries to pair with Lulu. The Twitch has fallen victim to the ban list, Tico.
Well, I mean, it could have been big brain coming out from Kingsgrove North High School, because they pick out their solo laners, which means that Canberra College have all the time in the world to pick out the counter pick solo laners, and forcing them to not pick their AD carry hyperscaling. Kingsgrove North High School now have more opportunities to ban out more hyperscaling AD carries, taking away the Twitch, taking away the Xayah, which means there really only is a certain few left amount of champions, being the Varus, hyper carry Varus, because you don't want to see lethality of Varus with Lulu, as well as a potential Aphelios pick.
And that assumes that Aphelios can be quite difficult to manage if you're not proficient on him. So how proficient is the marksman coming out of Canberra College with the likes of Aphelios? Or are we going to see something, again, that maybe is a bit less conventional, something along the lines of maybe a Jinx or even a Tristana are also great hyperscaling marksmen that you can rock in the bot lane. We'll find out very shortly, as we do get to see at least the support coming up from the bottom lane here. It is going to be the Karma, Poke, and Protect, but that does leave the marksman from that side to be the last lock. I expect it to be something like Ezreal, would be my guess here.
Yeah.
And then, time's ticking down. Let's see, what are they going to grab? Of course, we have the jungle and the marksman position. You said Aphelios was an option, and he will be grabbed in.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, paired with the Karma, I wouldn't be surprised if a Varus gets picked up here instead of an Ezreal. Definitely want a safer pick when you're going into an Aphelios Lulu. But if you want to poke them down, if you want to make sure that they don't have enough health to go for that 2v2 or a lane gank coming out from the Jarvan, then a Varus would be a good one as well for them to be able to pick up here. But only time will tell. Jarvan being picked up instead for the jungle to counter Olaf. Definitely don't want to come into the Olaf as a Jarvan for early game though.
Yeah, that's going to be nothing but pain and agony for the Jarvan there. But Jarvan will be really useful. I think it's primary engage, because Canberra College haven't actually drafted a fantastic way to start fights in this game. You've got pick potential for Mordekaiser, and that's really about all you've got going for you. Is, oh, this is a Syndra bot lane.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a fun little alteration coming out here from Kingsgrove.
Syndra bot lane has range, has poke. Paired with the Karma, they do quite a bit of damage. One thing that speaks out to me in volumes, however, is the fact that Kingsgrove North High School do not have a lot of AD damage. Olaf, yeah, he might be able to dive on the back line, but unfortunately, they do not have consistent damage in terms of DPS. Olaf, he's going to be on their backline. They don't have anyone to deal with the tanks. Mordekaiser, Jarvan, and Vladimir. Vladimir's going to have a field day. He builds Spirit Visage, builds a couple more magic resist items. He will have a field day in terms of being able to sustain in team fights, being able to build some magic resist. Mordekaiser's going to do the same as well. Jarvan 4 wouldn't be surprised if he builds a Maw of the Maw. So, how is Kingsgrove going to be able to battle against that?
Well, I think part of it is Kingsgrove late game is very difficult to stop, because it's Kassadin existing, which, well, I think we've all run into a level 16 Kassadin. We know how painful that experience is. And then if you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to die to Kassadin, because let's say you're the Vladimir, you can dodge around the Kassadin. Then if you get caught by Syndra, Syndra's one-shotting you late game, because that's Syndra's existence. And if you've got enough magic resistance to survive Syndra Kassadin damage output, good luck with that one, by the way, with the Kassadin. Olaf is likely going to go Warrior into Black Cleaver, as well as the Nars probably going to go Black Cleaver as well. And that is just an obnoxious quantity of damage. But if you survive it, that's going to be a problem for Kingsgrove.
Yeah, well, I mean, they also gave the opportunity for Canberra College to do quite a bit of counter picking, because they picked up the Mordekaiser and they picked up the Vladimir. Of course, no one knew that Syndra was going to be taking bot lane except for the Kingsgrove North High School and anyone that was involved in that. But Kassadin's still a decent pick into Vladimir. Vladimir is still quite a safe laner in that bot lane. Has sustain, has sanguine pull. If Olaf decides to come in, he can just pull out and say, hey, I'm out. Peace out. I'm going out.
Yeah, this Olaf's early game is a little bit heartbreaking in a way, because they can't gank top lane, because Mordekaiser don't give a damn. You shouldn't be able to actively gank mid lane because it's Vladimir, and as you said, he can just pull his way out of danger. Unless you're like unless Vladimir's overextended for whatever reason, I just don't see it happening. And then the likes of the bottom lane, Syndra Karma can do a nice setup up against the likes of Aphelios Lulu, but it is so reliant on the stun landing, the scatter of the week from the Syndra, that it's not consistent. What if you do land it, fantastic, but then you've got to deal with Lulu shielding, Lulu polymorph, and Lulu slow from the Glitter Lance. So I feel like this Olaf's entire early game is just going to be around finding Darkspite's Jarvan and just trying to kill him in his own jungle, because none of the lanes, like, you can gank them, and I'm sure he's going to try to, but they just don't seem like they're great to gank.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some level 1 cheese coming out from Kingsgrove. They have power. They have the Olaf level 1, which is probably one of the more stronger early game champions in terms of getting that level 1 damage, leveling up his W and making sure his lifesteal is insane. And then if he had a Yuumi attached to him, then he'd be 2v5ing that entire team. But doesn't have a Yuumi, he's got a Karma instead. Olaf, he can do whatever he wants as long as he stays alive.
I mean, he should be staying alive. I don't see why Panda should be dying in the early... Jungle Panda. You have to start referring to that because there's 3 pandas in the same team.
It's the Panda Republic.
Panda Republic, true. But I don't see why he should be in any danger in the early game. In terms of versing sustained damage, Olaf should be fine. The only real person who's going to burst him down is maybe the Aphelios with, like, I don't know, the Chakrams ready to go. But other than that, he should honestly be fine. And I suppose the early game is going to be very interesting, but we have to follow both these junglers, and specifically this Olaf. He needs to have great impact in this early game.
Yeah, he definitely does. So wouldn't be surprised if we do see Jungle Panda roaming around the entirety of the Summoner's Rift. But before we head in there, before we see some amazing gameplay, we will be taking to a short break so that we can get everything sorted for you guys and your spectator enjoyment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Game 1 between Canberra College and Kingsgrove North High School.
Potty pussy.
Dad!
Bring your family together. Optus Family Plan with 4 SIMs and 250 gigs of data to share.
And we are into the first game of our best of 5 series here. Canberra College facing up against Kingsgrove North High School here. And early game, we talked about maybe the possibility of some Kingsgrove shenanigans, the invade opportunity of the Pandas Olaf. Unfortunately, it does look like both teams, at least for the first game of the series, are electing to maybe be a bit more on the passive side of things.
Yeah, standard starts coming out, just making sure that nothing nothing weird is happening from either side. I do think Kingsgrove North High School, as I said before, has a bit more advantage. So Canberra College not going to try anything, but Kingsgrove have priority and they're not going to try anything either. However, I do expect that Olaf to potentially start down towards that blue side, just because getting priority around this top side might be a little bit more advantageous. Well, top and mid might be a bit more advantageous to get these guys ahead and make sure that potentially Ward Save Lives doesn't fall too far behind, and neither does Panda in the mid.
Yeah, well, it looks like he is actually going for the red buff instead, saying, look, I really want to make his move around the map, and it actually might be a more sustained style, because if you look at red buff, he's going to go for a heavy sustain style. I still want ganks from this Olaf. Again, Olaf, I feel like, has to be really proactive in the early game if he's actually going to be able to be useful to his team. So hopefully we do see skirmishes around Scuttle Crabs, hell maybe even an invade, just something out of him. Because when it comes to early game pressure, Kingsgrove doesn't have a lot. Specifically, look at this middle lane Cassid, and he ain't doing nothing for a while.
No, I do expect this mid lane to be a farm lane. Bean Eater might have a bit more priority in terms of getting that poke off, but when we talk about poke, look at bot lane. They are looking to shove in, get level 2 early. It doesn't look like they might be able to do so, but Panda and Owo, they want to get as much poke in as possible. Top lane.
Ooh, yeah, top lane. We are seeing Ward Save Lives did not hit level 2 first, and is getting pretty heavily punished because he got pulled in, of course, and just slammed down. Nah. His idea is, oh yeah, he's good at both positions, but he's not brilliant at either. Like, yes, he's pretty tanky, but he's not that tanky in small form. But when he's in big form, he hasn't got his ranged ability. So if you pull him in at ranged, we saw just then, very easy to get abused up there. Now, I will drag us to this bottom lane, because it's been a while since we've seen a mage in the bot lane, Tico. And it seems to be really around the idea of they need to get ahead early, because late game, if Aphelios gets rolling, I mean, we've all seen what a late game Aphelios does. It wrecks your face pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, once he gets to 2-3 items, builds that Runen's Hurricane, he gets a lot of DPS. However, we might see Panda Jungle come towards the mid lane. He is going to back away from that one and look to get an invade going against Dark Spice.
Yeah, and this is what I was hoping to see out of this jungle Olaf. Yes, he has so far avoided conflict, sadly, but we expect him to be aggressive. Now, as bot lane's pushing up, maybe he's thinking, oh, if Darkseid tries to do some weird pathing and ends up bot lane, I'm here for the counter gank. Instead, he's actually focusing down for the Krugs there. I don't expect a tower dive at this early in the game, because that is just unnecessarily reckless.
Look at where Dark Spice is, though. He's coming around behind Ward Save Lives.
Yeah, well, he should know this is happening as well. His jungle's on the bot half of their map, which means he may just be forced to burn Flash here. Instead, does get the hop out. It gets the hyper proc for the movement speed steroid. It might be getting out here, actually. Yeah, gets out. Doesn't even have to burn the Flash.
Well, there you go. Takes it. And off the back of that Dark Spice, he does lose out on a little bit of CS, because we see Panda Jungle. Ooh.
Talk about Counter Gank. Flash coming back in. He will be forced to flash. Goes that way of all directions and gets killed. First blood coming in here for Aspos in top lane.
Yeah, Dark Spice, however, is missing a little bit of his jungle down in the bot side. He might be missing out on some form of experience, but they did manage to get a kill onto Ward Save Lives, giving Mordekaiser a bit more priority there. He's gonna have to burn the teleport to get back, and he knows that it's a losing lane because, as we saw during the loading screen, Fleet Footwork Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, I think isn't that pretty standard on Gnar nowadays? It seems to be a little bit like either Fleet. I've seen some Gnars running Grasp. No one really seems sure what to run on that guy. I think Omnistone is pretty funny to run on him, because you end up like as little Gnar and you've got Aftershock and you're like, what am I meant to do with this?
Throw my Q out. Hopefully I can get to Mega Gnar before I run out of it. But they do, yeah. I mean, Omnistone is not as advantageous on Gnar as it is on a champion like Set, but still can be utilized in both Mini Gnar and Mega Gnar. But I do think that this sustained sort of Gnar build does give him a slight disadvantage when it comes to those lane ganks from Panda. As I talk about that, we still need to see some proactivity coming out.
This Olaf still hasn't really had an impact. Yes, he did get quite a bit of counter jungling going down on the bottom half of the map, but it actually didn't do anything to put Jarvan behind, because Jarvan's not going to miss out on the experience of his camps. By the time he gets to the bot lane, the Krugs are going to be up and available, and he's on them now. So literally all it did was get him a little bit ahead. It didn't actually put the Jarvan behind. So we'll see. We see a gank mid attempt in the mid here, but this feels more so just to shove the wave in and allow the Castellan to get a nice recall on 1400 gold.
And that's a beautiful amount of gold to recall on. But Dragon is up. Ocean Drake being the first one. Olaf, I believe he can solo it at this point. He has quite a bit of lifesteal, so he should be able to do so. But it is warded up. Really well done by Canberra College to realize that that is the power of Jungle Olaf. So he's decided he's going to go for an invade instead.
I mean, this invade is a little bit nerve-wracking because Beam Eater is around in the middle lane there, and Panda isn't on that Castellan. So you simply can't afford to actually walk in there. It looks like we have had a bit of a typical OCE problem with disconnecting internet here, but so far, I think the way that this Olaf has been playing the game is actually pretty good, which is that the invade was a light one, and normally I would say go for it, go absolutely wild. But his Gnar seems to be struggling. His Castellan can't put any pressure in this game, and the Syndra and the Karma duo aren't really, exalting themselves down in the bot lane either. So if he invades, he's just going to get clapped on.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. What Panda in the jungle needs to do, get some priority around the mid lane. Yeah, he tried to shove in mid wave with Panda in the mid lane. Panda helping Panda while Panda's in the bot lane. He's everywhere. But yeah, he tries to help out Cassidy and Panda in the mid lane, get the shoved waves, and then potentially go for an invade onto Dark Spies. But the problem is, I don't think the communication was there because Panda on the Cassidy backed, giving priority to Bean Eater in the mid lane. He shoved the wave into the turret, and Panda in the jungle decides he still wants to invade. There was so much danger there. Bean Eater had hit level 6. Dark Spies has his flag and drag. There's quite and Panda on Olaf doesn't have his Ragnarok yet. So if he got caught out, there was so many things that could have gone wrong there. Dragon off the back of that kill because the jungler, there's no smite on the side of Kingsgrove. They just need to make sure that they have priority so that Olaf has potential to do, has what he needs to do with the potential that he has on the champion.
Maybe it's like, I don't like the idea of delaying Olaf's engage openings because it is so important that Olaf gets ahead, because Olaf doesn't scale that brilliantly. He's either got high quantities of damage and then throws himself in and then dies because he's got no resistances when he Ragnaroks, or he goes for this tank build where he doesn't really do much because as a crowd controller's tank, he's just kind of flailing in the wind. So I really want to see more proactive players coming out of Olaf's Panda. Whether that means he does start soloing objectives, whether that means he starts going for like lane ganks. I don't really care what it is, but we need to start seeing some more proactivity coming out of him.
Yeah, and I mean, this bot side, it's going the way we thought it would be. Less poke coming out from Kingsgrove North High School than we expected. However, they do have priority down there. They're saying, yeah, we can shove in this bot lane. We can get a little bit more CS, but at the end of it, they need to deal a bit more damage to Mintom and Wheat Potato if they want to come out of this lane on top.
And unfortunately for them, also Mintom and Wheat Potato, they are fine sitting back and letting this laning play itself out. They're fine with the pressure coming out there as long as they don't die. Because when it comes to comeback in the seconds, Bean Eater drops, so he may play immediate ignite. He's down to Panda, needs to run this out. Flash as well, does get out in one piece, thankfully, but with the skin of his teeth.
Very close game. Ignite being dropped by the Bean Eater, but priority as well still coming out from the mid lane. We do see Panda jungle come towards the mid lane just to make sure that Bean Eater doesn't get too much priority down there, so that they can get some more priority around this jungle. I mean, around the dragon. And I think that's the entire concept.
Oh, he's level 6 on Panda on the Syndra. Unleashed power is available, firing it down. everything coming out there from Wee Potato to keep his carry alive.
Doing so much. Wee Potato coming in clutch to be able to keep Mintom alive. But Rift Herald being picked up. Wee Potato.
Yeah, Potato getting low, but not going to go down just yet. The almost shift in aggression coming out here. The second Cincher hit level 6, like, all right, we've got kill threat going on here. Let's see what we can do. Panda rocking down to the bot lane too on this Olaf. Yeah, able to zone them away. This is going to be a ton of turret plating gold coming in to the bot lane duo from Kingsgrove here. And all really at the cost of a Rift Herald on top half of the map.
Yeah. So we are going to, with that pause, we had a little bit of a desync issue coming out, so we will take a short pause just to make sure that the broadcasters and the casters are in sync, but we'll be right back with some more amazing action coming out from these two teams.
Hey guys, and we are back. We apologize for that. We had to ensure that we are synced up and ready to go for this best of 5. So we are now diving right back into it. We didn't miss much, just the first dragon going over to Kingsgrove. It is, of course, the Ocean Dragon that was picked up. So a nice slot of sustain coming in there for them, which I think for this bot lane of Panda and OO is going to be very nice considering the bullying that they're dishing out.
Yeah, no contestant coming out from Canberra College either. They decided, yeah, it is not worth contesting this one. They didn't have too much vision around that dragon pit either. The only vision they have near that is in that Tri-Bush ward down in that bot side. So really, they didn't have too much priority there. However, they did manage to pick up the Rift Herald. It is still on Dark Spice, and we see him rotating towards the box side, potentially wanting to get some priority on Panda and Owo, just to make sure that Mini Tom and Wee Potato aren't falling too far behind.
Yeah, and in a way, it's not the end of the world if they fall behind because they haven't died yet. Although we see Minitom taking a ton of damage down there in the bottom half. But they do have reinforcements. Darkspire is around, so he should be able to help out, but he has been spotted on a ward. So that should pretty much be the end of any aggression there. A passive game so far, it seems to be.
But I'm loving how well warded this ball lane is. Kingsgrove North High School, they've made sure that Panda's warded up. They got one control ward in the river. And they have this, well, actually 2. Sorry, I can't even count. Meanwhile, Olaf coming around from behind.
Yeah, going to be going on to Benny today. He's going to try back away. Hemoplague and Ignite drop down once again. The pool coming out with the reinforcements. They do get Panda on that cast, and they will trade mid lane as a 1-for-1, and that's not all in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, both junglers have now become the mid laners. That's what happens when both your mid laners die. Free experience for both the junglers. Dark Spice coming out on top here because, well, actually, he's 2 levels down in comparison to Panda. So he really needs this experience just to make sure that he catches up to where Panda and Olaf is, because you do not want to fall this far behind, especially when you have no priority in your jungle as a J4 against an Olaf.
Yeah, but it's not only there's a lack of priority in the jungle area. This bottom lane is starting to become a problem. They're almost out of turret platings, Tico, that will keep them safe. And when you look at the gold difference between these two teams, specifically in that bottom lane, the turret platings make a hell of a lot of difference. That's 800 coming up to almost 1,000 gold in lead of the Cinder there, courtesy of course, the turret platings, as well as a nice 20 CS advantage he's built for himself down on that Syndra.
Well, Panda trying to get a bit of damage onto Bean Eater, but look at this. Bean Eater's got sustained 4 days. He'll be fine. Well, I want to look at the vision that Kingsgrove North High School has set up around the rivers and around the Summoner's Rift. They have lit up the place. Top lane.
Yeah, I was saying, talking about vision, they're fighting for it up here. They know that there's no reinforcements, and it looks like Mordecai hasn't been left on his own. Caught in the death round, Ward Save Life simply has to cut it out. Meganar is not going to arrive in time thanks to the bonk coming out of the Mordekaiser. Now the Olaf is trying to fight the best that he can, but he's getting low. The lower he gets, the harder he fights there, and Panda flashing out to safety after grabbing himself a kill.
Great plays, great amount of lifesteal coming out from Panda on the Olaf, and they do manage to... There was a 1-for-1 trade, but the Mordekaiser, so powerful when you want to try and 2v1 him. It's a little bit of a problem when he takes Ward Save Lives in Mininar form out of the fight. He's not going to be able to do much in that 1v1. Even as Meganar, there's only so much you can do. There's only so much damage you can deal after you've used your ultimate.
And that has netted a 0-2 reaction out of Ward Save Lives and his Gnar. But more specifically, I do still want to look at this bottom lane. The turret fell with plating still up and available, which is a disaster. Because when you look at Aphelios Lulu, you expect it to be this insane late game hyper carry combo, and if you get to the late game, you're right, they're brilliant. You've got to get to the late game right now, and I'm getting a bit worried they may not make it.
Yeah, well, look, they're being shoved in. They've lost their first tier turret. The dragon, the next dragon is coming up, so being the Cloud Drake, 10% cooldown reduction on ultimates might not be as impactful onto Kingsgrove as it might be on Canberra. Ward Save Lives.
He's in trouble here because the Rylai's slow coming out of Anthemons is so annoying.
I don't know.
But he hasn't got the cooldowns for it. Yes, he does. The flash from Ward Save Live is... Oh, it doesn't save nothing.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem when... I mean, your Mordekaiser can 1v1 the Gnar. Yeah, he does have priority, but that means that Ward Save Lives doesn't want to be anywhere close to where the Mordekaiser can just run him down. Rylai's Crystal Scepter, huge turning point for... Well, it's not a turning point. Mordekaiser is just going to be more powerful, making sure that Ward Save Lives, his W hyper, is not going to be as impactful as it should be.
Yeah, as well as he's got the Seeker's Arm Guard, so what damage that Ward Save Lives is doing with the Black Cleaver just isn't landing properly. So he's just getting run down as Panda. I suspect there may be a DC here. Okay,
yeah.
So the question is, Tico, do they let him go?
No, I don't think they're gonna. Well, okay, they should. They really should, in terms of great sportsmanship. But if they want to get an early advantage, they're falling behind. This is gonna be 450 gold for the team across the board.
He's got Flash and Riftwalk available. Yes or no? Does he make it out alive?
He should. He should be able to, as soon as that countdown starts, he should be spamming his R and spamming the Flash and trying to get the heck out of Dodge. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do so because... Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, and Flash, Riftwalk into the wall. Oh no, that's not brilliant. He's going to die to that one.
I don't think that was the right direction to go.
No, but the issue is, like, there is a flash on Bean Eater. There is a flash on the Jarvan. Probably wasn't going to get out even... He could have burned a summoner spell, but I don't know if he was going to get out in one piece.
Yeah, it was going to be a hard task for him to be able to do so. Unfortunately for him, Flash is down. He does have teleport back in the lane, but Panda in the jungle is looking to shove that lane in. Look to getting that lane bouncing. Oh, well.
Oh, it needs to be careful here. Jarvan going forwards. They do have the backup, of course, of the Mordekaiser, but this is a 3 versus 2 on the top half of the map. 4 versus 2 with that teleport coming in from the Cassidy here. But that is going to be priority over Rift Herald, as well as the top tier 1, almost basically in the back part of Kingsgrove already.
Yeah, they've also sent Ward Save Lives up, down towards that ball lane. I mean, he gets a long lane. He loves his day here. He's going to be able to push in this lane, get as much CS as possible, and eventually that lane, that minion wave is going to shove into him, into his tier 1 turret, hopefully. And Ward Save Lives gets some experience and gold shoved into his pocket.
And that's very needed for this Gnar right now. The 2 junglers butting heads. Jarvan is going to run away, as we honestly expected to. Those are the kind of fights I expected maybe 5 minutes ago. from the Olaf here, but he's still strong enough to be able to force them back around. As Herald dropped in mid here, Beaneater can do nothing as this charge comes in through, and Kingsgrove, they've, despite being down in kills, are actually in almost complete control of this game through the strength of their bot lane here. As Wards Saved Live push their way forwards in a flash from the Mordekaiser just to prove a point.
Yeah, they need to... Meganar coming up, they need to be careful, make sure that they don't take fights. Wait that rage bar out before they actually go in for a fight. Because, I mean, Kingsgrove North High School, their power is CC. If you take one of their main CC fighting tools away, being that Meganar and the Gnar ultimate, they are able to... I mean, they're potentially able to turn a team fight around, but they need to make sure that they play around their timings. They need to make sure that they take a fight when Mini-Gnar is... Well, when Meganar is down.
I mean, dancing around the Meganar isn't too difficult of a task to do. Like, all it really is at the end of the day is saying, okay, if the Gnar bar is orange or red, run. It's that simple. Run the hell away from the Gnar, because unless you're almost coming towards him, you can wait out the timer, and then he's stuck in mini-Gnar form, and there's nothing he can do about it. So, and there are some ways like, oh yeah, but you got to fight around objectives and everything like that, and it's not cut and dry as saying, oh, you know, just run away from the Gnar, it's problem solved. But it's an easy solution to at least buy yourself time during fight sections. So,
yeah, definitely.
But they need to be proactive with this one, because Affilio's getting his scaling going.
Well, look, it's very, very slow. He's built a BF sword, and he's got his Hex Drinker, but that's half an item each. And
yeah,
he's prepared for the all-in for the Kassadin and the Syndra and the Karma damage, but he doesn't have too much damage output. He's finished his Infinity Edge, however, so it is going to put a little bit of damage under his belt, but it's still going to be a struggle for him to actually get to that mid to late game earlier.
Yeah. Speaking of getting to their late game earlier, the Kassadin, something we talk about, level 16 is a huge point of power for this Kassadin, and he's building towards his Archangel stuff. He, of course, has the tier and the Lost Chapter, and we may see some use out of it soon, as Minotaur seems to be caught out of position, drops the Graviton, but Ragnarok doesn't give a damn about that. Charging forwards, Jarvan trying to buy what time he can. Defrom dropped as well on the backline there, as they are trapped in the Calicles. Meganar newly available. Can he get a massive one? No, into the wall, not exactly, but it is enough to get the shutdown there onto Filius there. A double kill onto the Syndra, as the Mordecai trying to do anything back line, but it does not matter. A triple kill for Panda on this Olaf. He doesn't give a damn. A quadra kill coming in for this man. Could this be a pentakill in the first game? Flashes away, but the speed up from the Karma don't give a damn. He's gonna get locked up, and a pentakill in game number 1 here by Panda in the jungle.
Oh, I want to see some Pog Champs in chat. I do think that's potentially the Torrens University play of the game. I mean, or play of the series even. These guys, they utilize so much damage, played around the CC. Meganar wasn't up yet, but they started that fight knowing that Meganar was going to be available sometime during that fight. I love that they played at that team fight at their own pace and made sure that Canberra College weren't the ones that set the pace or set the timing of that team fight.
And when you look at, well, where was the damage coming from Canberra? No one was actually focusing the Olaf until the near end of the fight. Because when you've got the likes of Beaneater doesn't really want to focus him. Minotaur didn't really get the opportunity to, because he was dealing with, you know, a massive Gnar in his face, giving him problems. And Asbov on top of the Mordekaiser spent that fight finding Panda, which is the Syndra. Found him down, locks him down in the death room and killed him. Got a nice shutdown for his problems. The issue is that he, like, in hindsight, yes, we know it obviously wasn't the right decision. Obviously, you needed to have gone after the Olaf. But even if you locked Olaf in the death realm, I think Olaf's just like, are you kidding me? You have no healing reduction. I'm going to come out of here alive. I've got a warrior. I've got a Black Cleaver. I'm about as strong as I can get in this game right now. Let's fight.
Yeah, I mean, if Mordekaiser takes him into the realm of death, as you were saying, yeah, he's got all the power. It's like bringing the strongest. It's like bringing Mike Tyson into the ring as yourself. You're like, okay, here's Tico, and then I got Mike Tyson across the boxing ring. He has no choice but to fight me. I'm gonna die.
You would not last like half a second against Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he throws one punch and I'm down. Similar to what Panda and Olaf is going to be doing to Mordekaiser if that realm of death is locked on to Panda in the jungle. It's just going to be Olaf wailing with those axes and Mordekaiser trying everything he can to stop with his mace, but unfortunately there is no way you're stopping Panda. And he picked up a pentakill. Five kills in that team fight. He was sitting 2-0 before. Now he's 7-0. He's got a 700 gold bounty on top of his head. That's something that Canberra College wants to pick up, and that's not going to be possible if they take Olaf out of the equation by bringing him into the realm of death. That's going to be one easy kill for Olaf, and then he can snowball the rest of the team fight while his team has ward save lives, Mega Gnar everyone into a wall.
Yeah, but then you have to ask, well, then how do you deal with Panda onto this Olaf? Because now he's going to be sitting on a nice chunk of gold. And if we can look at it well, and he's sitting on 2,500 gold. Like, this guy's probably going to go for a death's dance at this point. It wouldn't surprise me, because why the hell wouldn't you coming into this game at this point? So he is going to just take over this side of the map now. And wherever Olaf is, Canberra College cannot be in that area, because if they do, they die.
Yeah, well, I mean, Canberra College, they need to... I'm not going to say that they need to turtle here or just stop what they're doing and make sure that their base doesn't die, but they just need to make sure that they set vision around their jungle, because Kingsgrove North High School, I think this game came off the back of their vision control and making sure that they had their waves priority. They had their bot lane and their mid lane priority waves pushed in so that Olaf can get some counter jungling going on. And they also needed to make sure that Kingsgrove North, they got some priority. They made sure that they were able to track Dark Spice. And then off the back of that, Panda was able to get some objectives. He was able to push in some waves. And he wasn't actually impactful until recently, which was, 18 minutes in. He gets a couple kills and he snowballs off the back of that. What do they do now? Canberra College, they need to make sure that they get some vision control, counter the vision control with some wards, and make sure that they have control over the map again.
Yeah, and I think part of that will be they need to keep their eyes on the objectives, because in 5 minutes' time, the Mountain Dragon will be spawning up. If Kingsgrove manages to secure themselves that, then obviously that's going to be Mountain Soul, which is more shielding and sustain coming out from Kingsgrove, which is just going to be unmanageable. So, Canberra are going to be in a really awkward position. They're 7,000 gold down. They don't really have a choice. They have to fight for the next dragon in 5 minutes. And I don't realistically see how they're actually going to be able to win the fight unless they catch someone from Kingsgrove unaware.
So I'm talking about
like
catching
this, for
someone.
example. But what's it like? He should be able to get out of here about 2 minutes. Wait, what's he saying? Make a decision! You can't just... That is indecision.
I think he misjudged how far his jump allowed him to go. He tried to jump over that wall, got stuck on the wrong side of it, and then tried to stun Mini Tom to make sure that he could get a little bit of distance. Unfortunately, that stun doesn't last long enough for him to be able to escape from that one, and they are able to pick up a kill on the ward, save lives.
Okay, it looks like maybe a bit of panic in the decision there from Ward Saves Lives on the Gnar, who is having a bit of a rough game. Let's not lie to ourselves. He's 0-4 after dying a couple times in lane. But he's still able to set up. Again, Gnar, as long as he gets at least a one-man ulti in a team fight, he's done his job, right? So, hopefully, come the fights around Dragon, come the fight around Baron, he is a bit more on point with his abilities here. As we're seeing Kingsgrove making a very ballsy decision here to force the Baron.
Yeah, well, there's no vision revolving around this from Canberra College, so they have some time. In comes Gnar. He doesn't have his rage bar, but it looks like they might eventually go.
Yeah, Death Realm coming down on to Panda is going to force him down. He is going to die here. The Syndra's gone before the fight really begins. Baron is still aggro. Duckspy going in to secure himself that objective. As the fight now kicks off, Panda goes in deep. He's caught in the Cataclysm, he can't get out. As Boney is trying to do what he can on the sideline. Beam will try and fight them off. Nah, gets an ulti down, but it does not matter as Aphelios happy to carve open Kingsgrove. He was given the time of day to do damage, and that may be a Baron for Canberra College.
The power of an Aphelios Lulu. Oh, Lulu bring him real low. But Panda, there is potential for him to get something here.
No way. There is no way Panda steals this, right?
They're getting low.
I mean, I'm not going to say no. Okay, so yeah, well, that's not...
He's got
He's got Riftwalk.
He's got
Flash. He goes in. Can he get it away? No,
Nope.
he can't. The smite was a little bit early, but Minotaur's Aphelios is able to grab himself the objective, and that is Baron buff and potentially recovery for Canberra College. 7,000 gold down to 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, they bring this game back, and the power of Aphelios Lulu comes into play. He's picked up his Runaan's Hurricane now. He's got an Infinity Edge. He's got his Hex Drinker with a little bit of a safety net in his pocket with the Hex Drinker. He should be able to stay alive a lot longer. Wee Potato will use Wild Growth to make sure that he stays alive even longer. Plus, add a DPS on top of Mini Tom's auto attacks as well. It's going to be a hard game for Kingsgrove now that Canberra College have that carry online.
And 5-1-0. I think a thing that we maybe wasn't emphasized enough is he should get out of here fine.
Yeah.
Is the fact that Olaf couldn't get onto Minotaur because the Cataclysm literally trapped him in place. So suddenly, a huge damage threat is stuck there, not able to do anything. Can't lifesteal, can't get on top of the damage dealers himself because he's stuck in the Cataclysm with no flash. So hopefully Olaf's Panda will keep his flash a bit more readily available for the next fight there, because if it's available, he should run anybody down, because we're seeing it here. When he gets the fight he's looking for, he's able to make it a demolition.
He Ragnaroked as well. So he's like, yeah, you might be able to deal a little bit of CC and get me away, but actually, no, never mind. I'm just gonna flex and just show you that you're not escaping this.
No, you're absolutely not escaping that one. When Olaf truly wants you dead, he will find you, he will fight you, and the only way it ends is when one of you die. That is the annoyance of dealing with the likes of an Olaf here, especially an Olaf who has a warrior, a black lever, and now a Death's Dance to boot. As I think Beanie getting caught out of between their Panda, trying to fight what he can in the Cataclysm, Beanie falls before the fight really begins. Aphelios gets the Moonlight Vigil down, but Panda is a very tanky individual and doesn't really take that much damage.
Well, I mean, he's not tanky, but he's got health and he's got his Death's Dance. He is chilling for now. Every team fight he wants, he's going to be able to take it, as well as Ragnarok is back up. He doesn't have flash, but Meganar is here. A good, well, something to ward off the enemy team as they do successfully take that Dragon Soul.
And I love Meganar's positioning here from Ward Saves Lives. He wasn't in the pit himself waiting for the fight to kick off. He was beyond the pit saying, hey, if you want to come near, even for a steal, I'm going to get my ultimate on you. I'm going to be able to get my wallop on you as well. There's nothing you can actually do in this situation to contest us. So really good positioning there from Kingsgrove's top laner to force them off from the zoning. And now with access to the Dragon Soul, of course, makes him a little bit tankier, a little bit harder to kill, and hopefully will have a bit of impact in the next coming fights for these major objectives.
Okay. Talk about tankiness. Panda on Olaf is decided he's gonna go for a Spirit Visage.
Hell yeah.
I'm actually pleased to see that, just because it increases his healing, makes him a little bit more tankier. It means that Mordekaiser can't do anything, Bean Eater can't do anything. They're going to be struggling in terms of damaging the Olaf, and the only people that can do any damage is Minitom to Panda's Olaf. And then, but that's the focus of Panda. He wants to make sure that Aphelios dies, and so that's going to be his main target. If kill him first or be killed is basically
the goal there. As a bit of an early Cataclysm maybe coming out there from the likes of Darkseid. I like the idea of it. The issue is that you just need to wait till Minotaur's Affiliates is in position to back you up before you can engage with the Cataclysm like that.
Yeah. And I mean, Ward Save Lives, he has been playing a little bit more cautious now. He's making sure that he's got his jump.
Well, coming up cautious. Olaf is just going in. Will be forced to back away. The chakrams are available, tearing Ward Save Lives. A beautiful stun though coming out from Panda's Syndra does force them away for now. But look at that! There are so many chakrams dancing around Minotaur. That is massive. Yeah, they're gonna run away from this one. The Kingdoms fight here, I think they just die from chakrams.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do disappear eventually. They don't stick around the entire time, so they would have gone by the time they potentially would have gone for a re-engage. But yeah, Mini-Tom, he knows how to stack up the chakrams. He knows how to get them back so quickly. And I'm a little bit concerned that Kingsgrove, if they do decide to go for a fight, Mini-Tom is ready. So is Wee Potato. They don't have their ultimates, but still quite a bit of DPS on their side. They're just going for a wave clear game so far with their Mordekaiser split pushing top lane. They're getting some global gold back into their team, and it brings their team right back to life.
And it's what they need from their team right now, as they are just... Yes, they looked a little bit better when they were able to get the Baron. They went from a 7,000 gold deficit to a 1,000 gold deficit, but they've lost Baron, and now they're dropping gold again. So they need to control their global pressure a little bit more. Like, you've got both carries, which of course the Vladimir and the Aphelios, sitting in the same lane together when no one is bot lane. And bot lane is uncontested free farm. It just seems a little bit all over the joint right now. As Panda, this is not where you want to be, buddy. Locked in the Cataclysm, you may be immune to crowd control, but you're not immune to terrain. But he is so damn tanky, he finally goes down. My god, he can take a beating. But that is the jungler gone from Kingsgrove.
I'm not sure that was the best Cataclysm, but... Dark Spice.
Oh, Dark Spice caught out of position. Unleash power. Not enough to get the flash out of him just yet. Flash, one more hit will do it. There's no jungler from either side now. As Panda's casted and will disengage. If both junglers dead, there shouldn't be any Baron plays or moves around the map. But flank coming in from the sideline. A beautiful scatter of the week, though, will force the disengage.
Yeah, and they don't want to go for this fight right now. Both junglers are down, but Panda being the bigger one that has gone down because he's got a lot of DPS on his side. He's got tankiness. He's finished his Spirit Visage, which means it's going to be a little bit harder to kill. If they do catch out the Mordekaiser, though, that is a potential turning point for Kingsgrove North High School. However, for Canberra College, it's still Struggle City. Even though they do quite a bit of damage, that's a Mountain Drake soul. They have an extra amount of shield on top of their health to be able to keep them alive, as well as 2 stacks of the resistances built by Mountain Drake.
It's so annoying to deal with that, especially when you look at it for the likes of the Olaf. Or even any of the other lads as well, because even something as squishy as a Syndra still takes a little bit longer to kill now, purely because you've got to deal with the extra shielding that is granted out by that dragon. And that could be very important when you're looking at posturing for positioning, which is what we're seeing now out of both teams here. It looks like Canberra College are very ambitious for the likes of the dragon on the top half of the map here. You know, they're being careful, they're checking for wards, they're making sure there's no one out of position. As Panda, he could get caught out of position again if he's not careful.
Yeah, there's potential here, but he does have Ragnarok up once again. A good counter to that is basically putting a wall in front of him. And look, Cataclysm, you can't walk through it as Ragnarok. So, I mean, there's one counter. There's one counter to an Olaf.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing that for a while now from Dark Spies, where he's dropping Cataclysm onto Panda's Olaf and being like, all right, buddy, good luck, guys. We're seeing the support coming out here is trying to run for his like Cataclysm looks in place. They are so damn tanky, but they will finally fall as well. 4v5 for the next objective fight.
Yeah, potential turnaround, and it does give them priority around this Elder Dragon. Panda on the Cassidy has teleport, but pushing in that top wave, trying to get some priority. In comes a teleport. Looks like they're going for a fight.
Yeah, they're trying to go for a pincer flank as well as the Cassidy is going to be late to this fight when Olaf trying to fight what time he can. Syndra forced to disengage. Olaf is so damn tanky, taking on 5 members, tanking 5 members, and dying to 5 members there. Panda and, of course, the Nah, trying to get a massive ult. Can he do it? Not really. Not the one we're gunning for there. As Panda's casted and trapped in the death realm will go crumbling to dust. Nah is trying to buy what time he can as well as the other Panda, but it simply will not be enough here as they will all fall as Kingsgrove overextended themselves and die for it.
Yeah, well, better late game wins, but also the fact that it was a 4v5. They needed to give this one and potentially turn around for a fight once the Elder Dragon was low. I mean, they really didn't have any right to be there at that point. 4v5, they're gonna lose that every day of the week, no matter how many dragons they have. Even Dragon Soul cannot stop Canberra College once they started their team fight, once the scaling's begun. And even though Ward Saved Lives had his Meganar, it just wasn't enough to be able to turn that fight in their favor.
Yeah, and part of that is, again, as you're saying, the 4v5. The fact that Kingsgrove was on their own, like they were down their support member, that's actually a huge part of their team is this Karma. The availability of the shielding and the utility that she provides just isn't there for the team. So it's really worrying when you see, A, that they lose one of their members, and then B, that they go for a flank when they're outnumbered. A flank works when you can ambush them and then redirect their attention and catch them when they're unprepared. It doesn't work when they know you're coming and you don't even outnumber them or outpower them. As we're seeing, Baron started up here. Canberra College looking quite confident here. Kingsgrove, they're going to have to go around the outside as there is no flash on Lights of the Olive, but it's simply far too late for the engagement coming in here. Aphelios now running out after Panda's casted, and that will force the Rift walk away. And another major objective going to Canberra College.
He needs to run. They're an Elder Dragon up team. He's gonna die if he gets caught out here.
Yeah, but there is at least a saving grace that Panda is split pushing in the middle lane here on the Olaf. But again, Baron, Elder, there is not a whole lot that Kingsgrove should be able to do in this situation that doesn't result in them dying.
Yeah, well, look, they either need to go for a 5v4 fight. Mordekaiser does not have teleport, and we do see potential for them to be able to do so, but really good map presence and awareness. Oh, it's really rearing. He's ready to go.
But now they know he's here. This is a disaster because he's going to get cataclysmed in. He has no flash, and yes, he's very tanky, but he can't deal out damage either, as we're seeing Bean Eater on the flank, deleting OO on the Karma there, thanks to the Elder Dragon buff. And again, just getting caught out of position here. Kingsgrove, you can't flank when you're this far behind. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, and I feel like the timing was a little bit off as well. I mean, they were waiting for Ward Save Lives to finish his recall and help with the rest of the team. But as a result, we saw that Panda got caught out. They knew he was there. He was able to survive that, and they're going to try it again.
Go for the flank here, but Caston jumps in, takes all of his HP as damage, and now they're down a member of the fight between Scatter the Weak, lands on one. Aphelios is in trouble. Minton trying to fight off the best as he can. He's trapped in the corner, but it does not matter when you trap Aphelios in the corner. You are trapped in there with him. A triple kill coming in for the 200 years champion. Boxed in, outnumbered. Doesn't matter when you got your guns on your side.
Yeah, he is perfectly fine as well. With the Maw, he has lifesteal once he goes lower, once his HP bar goes lower. So once Nar brought him down that below that threshold, at that point, Aphelios is like, hey, wait, hold on, I've got lifesteal now. You're not dying. I'm not dying. You are.
Yeah. And that is going to be the base of Kingsgrove starting to shatter to pieces here. As despite getting a pentakill on this Olaf in the other game, they just weren't able to close it out. We're not able to deal with the Aphelios Lulu combination getting to the late game. And a Nexus turret will crumble to the ground.
Respect coming out from Canberra College, though. And Panda, he says, look, let's fight him. Let's go. He decides that he wants to go on to Mordekaiser.
Yeah, trying to force the fight in this situation, but I'm not sure how well this one's going to work here. Mordekaiser should be able to get one particular kill. Can he even? No, he cannot. I respect the hustle, but not the best decision I've ever seen made.
Well, I mean, he got caught out. Those axes just slowed him down way too much, and they managed to take him out. His last resort was to try and take someone with him, being the support. But, oh well, had shields, had flash, had every potential to get out of there. Had to wait 7 seconds and barely got out alive, but did so quite well to be able to get the rest of our team to be able to collapse on to that Mordekaiser, bringing them a little bit back into this game.
But it's almost weird to see a team with Dragon Soul losing. And with a Kassadin of all things. That a Kassadin just is not able to have the impact that you would expect a Kassadin to have. But it is the case in this game because the way that Canberra College have been playing is as a unit. They group as 5 and they're like, alright, let's set up around these objectives, do what we can. We have unit of 4 right now. And then you see what Kingsgrove are doing. Panda on the Olaf is always on a flank. And typically ends up trying to fight 5 people at once, like a typical Viking. Omo ends up dying typically before the fights from a pickoff. And then the rest of the team is very indecisive, like, oh...
Yeah, so, I mean, they do have every potential, but there's one problem here. They need to be able to get some healing reduction. They need to make sure that they stop the healing from the Vladimir and the Mordekaiser. So, what do they do here? They need to buy an Executioner's Calling or healing reduction.
You have to get healing reduction in this situation, but it's more than that as well. It's also along the likes of locking him down in place is going to be difficult. You need to almost kill the Lulu before the fight starts. But I just don't see how you're ever going to get access to Lulu before the fight starts. Because she's been playing very safe, hiding behind her tanks here. Like, a little bit in front of the Aphelios, maybe, but it just doesn't seem to be the setup here. As what could be the final fight around the second Elder Dragon is about to kick off Deco. This could be for all the marbles. We're seeing Panda on the side. He does not have Riftwalk stacked up. That could be important coming through for this next fight. As a flash going in from Mean, trying to do what he can. What's their flash trying to get in? They are on top of the Aphelios, but they're not able to get the damage out. They're shielding, they're healing. He hasn't lost any health coming into the fight. He's getting low, but never round of shielding coming out. They finally take him down. The Aphelios has crumbled to the ground here, but it may not matter as Kingsgrove are scattering to the wind. They might be able to fight it off though. Panda's Olaf is ridiculously strong in a 1 versus 2. Can he take down Bean Eater and Ducks? But he takes down one. One more is all he needs to do. He just needs to fight it off. Where is the sustain? It's not enough. Bean Eater gets the kills. And minions are in the base of Kingsgrove. This could be it.
Bean Eater needs to take this game for all the marbles in game 1 of this best of 5. They're going to be pushing for this base. He's got 1 super minion and he's pushing in with some more, and hopefully he might be able to do that within the next 10 seconds. But split push Vladimir doesn't have as much power as we thought.
And it will be enough. It will crumble the turret to the ground here. The Nexus wide open. Nobody is going to be able to resist this. There's no way the Karma can do anything to stop this. Just doesn't have the damage output here. That will be game number 1 going in favor of Canberra College. Despite being behind early, despite struggling for the first portion of the game, Lulu Aphelios got online and took over the game.
It was the scaling. I mean, the scaling was what Canberra College were waiting for. They have a Mordekaiser. He wants to get to 3 items. I mean, he is pretty powerful from that 1 to 3 item power spike. But at that point, Vladimir's also started scaling. Once he picks up his Rabadon's death cap, that's going to be painful for the rest of their team. And off the back of that, Kingsgrove North, they didn't have any healing reduction other than the Thornmail. And I mean, the Nar's not the main focus of Bean Eater. So they need to make sure that they have some healing reduction to deal with that sort of champion. The Vladimir, what's his counter? Healing reduction. So
yeah, also in the game, let's the Aphelios was a bit of a problem. As well, with the amount of healing and shielding that he was receiving from the likes of the Lulu, the Death Stance, I believe it was on Conqueror as well. It was just a very difficult situation for them to deal with there. But it is a best of 5 series, so there is plenty of time for adaptation. There is plenty of time for change. Now, coming into the game number 2, Tico, if you were Kingsgrove, what would be the 2 biggest things you change coming into the second game? Say, okay, we've lost game 1, let's win game number 2.
Well, actually, Kingsgrove, they did quite well. Their early game was smart. They had their early game power. but they also need to make sure that their late game carry actually does damage. They need to make sure that the Cassidy has every opportunity to do so. They didn't have a late game AD carry. Their consistent damage as well as their lack of AD damage sort of hurt them. And it did show that Olaf had potential there, but he isn't a late game carry. You need to make sure, because he was building tank, you need to make sure you have the DPS. And if you have enough DPS, you need to make sure it's AD, because all Canberra College had to do was build resistance, magic resistance, and kill the Olaf, catch him out before anything else, and then they had the rest of the game under their belt.
Exactly. Then coming into game number 2, then we'll see if that adaptation is made by Kingsgrove and what others in what is a bangers of a best of 5 series here for the New South Wales region here for Meta LoL. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're back in 5 minutes for our second game of the series. Will Kingsgrove North be able to get revenge against Canberra College, or will Canberra College get a hell of a good start to this series for 2-0? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Party pussy.
Dad.
Bring your family together. Optus Family Plan with 4 SIMs and 250 gigs of data to share.
All right, hopefully we're back. Third time's the charm. Here at Kingsgrove North High School versus Canberra College for the Meta. There we go. For the Meta New South Wales Regional Finals. I am still Ewan Midnight Reed. I am joined by Benjamin Tico Lee. We apologize about the tech issues coming in. We are good to go now for the second game of our series.
Yeah, and a couple bans, target bans coming out from Kingsgrove. They are saying no more Aphelios Lulu. I mean, I think it would have been good enough if they just took away the Lulu for that protect the carry composition. However, Canberra College, they're looking to try the same sort of style. They've taken away 3 priority bans, being the Vayne, the Olaf, which did quite a bit of damage in that last game, as well as the Darius, which does counter the Mordekaiser. But they have picked up their Mordekaiser being their priority pick. But as a solo laner.
Yeah, it might be a bit of an inclination that maybe that's all he does play. Maybe he's a one-trick Mordekaiser. Maybe he's just only comfortable on the Mordekaiser. There's no real way to tell that until we can see it later on into the series what happens with drafting-wise. But I'm very interested to see on the other side of things. Kingsgrove North have drafted a different style of bot lane coming in here. Kaisa Nami. Very different to what we saw from last game, which was, of course, the Syndra as well as the Karma. And I must say, it's a welcomed improvement.
I don't know about that, though. Canberra College, they've gone in with it. I mean, it might be a good bot lane by itself, but into the bot lane that have been drafted by Canberra College, Xayah Nautilus, hard engage. Nami and Kaisa do not have a lot of mobility on their side. Yeah, they have a bit of disengage, and once Xayah has her ultimate, she should be able to disengage a little bit easier, but with the bubble, it's hard to land that, especially when it's just a small radius, and when you're trying to land it on more than 2 members, it's gonna be a little bit hard for that one, especially when they're spread out, and you have to wait until the power of level 6 before Kaisa and Nami have some power to their side. So up until level 6, Canberra College have the advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if they shove in this wave and make sure that Kaisa and Nami have no priority down there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit interesting showing the Kaisa and the Nami that early on in the draft, but clearly they've got something planned for their middle lane. That's why you would lock that in that early on, because now you get to lock in your jungler here. Your jungler did brilliantly last game. Now you reward him by saying, okay, pick the litter for what you want, and then you keep your mid lane for your last counter pick here. As we start the second round of banning phase, we do get to see, again, nothing too surprising. Gray is really strong jungler right now. Corki, we saw him ban last game. Good. We see him ban this game, also good. decision making coming out from both of these teams. And we'll see what the final ban is here for the side of Kingsgrove. Cassidy, not the ban I expected to see, but okay.
I mean, it does take away some power because that is late game insurance. Xayah is more of a mid-early game powerhouse, and yes, she does quite a bit of damage in the late game, but still, Kaisa does outscale her. And if they do want a scaling mid lane on the side of Canberra College, Cassidy was one of the priority picks there. And I mean, if Bean Eater is capable of playing Azir, definitely an option for him if they do want that late game damage insurance.
I mean, we'll see if he can play Azir or not. It's a very hard champion to pull off there, as we do see, another carry jungler locked in here for the side of Kingsgrove North. It's going to be the Kayn. It'd be interesting because Shadow Assassin Kayn's been popping up a lot more recently, and I'm curious if this will end up being the likes of the Shadow Assassin, or given the fact we're seeing a Nautilus and a Mordekaiser, is the tank variation a bit more of a viable, is Rast more than likely?
Okay, so a Victor has been picked up. In the mid lane, don't know what that's going to be playing against just yet, but with a similar sort of composition coming out from the jungler as well as the top side, Jarvan, Fort, and Mordekaiser, I do expect Dark Spice to be playing this still a little bit more safely, especially into a Kayn. Got a lot of priority, and it does seem like Panda in that jungle really just wants more priority in terms of just getting early aggression and maintaining the lead and utilizing that to snowball. Okay.
I love it, Deco. Zed has been popping back up. Zed has recently started to take back over mid lane. I've spoken to a few other color classes, and they've been telling me that basically, do you remember season 3 where Zed was like one of the hallmarks of mid lane? That is what Zed is right now. He is season 3. He will find you, he will one-shot you, and there's nothing really you can do about it. That is Zed right now. And Victor, he's rather vulnerable because he's not rushing his Onyas because he needs his hex score upgrades.
Well, yeah, he definitely is going to be in a little bit of danger, but that really is the only target for Panda. And I mean, yeah, sure, you can target the 80 carry, but Xayah, if she has her Featherstorm, there's really nothing Zed can do about it except wait for it to come out, and then or Panda just really has to wait out the ultimate if he wants to target Mini Tom, or else his only focus is Bean Eater. And once Bean Eater gets to, I'd say, 3 items, he's got a little bit of health on him. He does have potentially some resistances if he does want to build a little bit safer against that Panda on the Zed. But really, I think it's going to be somewhat of a hard game for Panda to be able to focus his carries, especially when there's like 2-3 tanks on the side of Canberra College who have Peel, who have Engage, and have CC.
I mean, but he shouldn't ever be in those situations where he'll get caught by that, because then he's very much a side laner nowadays. He's not the one who's running through the mid lane. He's hiding in your jungle, making sure there's no wards in your jungle, and then when your marksman comes to go get red buff, in fact, he's just running headfirst into the likes of the Zed, and then realizes that there's no red buff, and I've got no HP anymore because Zed one-shot me, again, for the 3rd time this game. So, Kingsgrove, it almost feels like a 1-3-1 coming out of them. Shen in one lane, Zed in the other. You throw Kaisa and Nami in the middle lane. I actually really like what they're drafted for this one. Hopefully they're able to take the victory here, because last game they were in a good position, and then Kingsgrove sort of just drew the game away.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had the early aggression. Yeah, you talked about that, but it does seem like Kingsgrove North have that late game insurance now. I do think they have somewhat of a better scaling comp, and I say somewhat because Kaisa, and that's about it. Maybe Shen if he wants to do anything, but really, he's tanky, and there's quite a bit of, well, there's enough damage on Canberra College to eventually burst down ward save lives on the Shen. But in saying that, we do have some scaling on the side of Canberra College. Mordekaiser, Victor, somewhat Xayah, if you want to counter as a scaling AD carry, does power spike towards the mid game, however. But yeah, it's an even composition in terms of their power spiking, in terms of where they seem to be, where they seem to have the advantage. And I do think that Canberra College, however, have the advantage when it comes to the team fights. They have more tanks, they have more health, and I do think they have the DPS to deal with Kingsgrove.
In terms of raw damage output, again, the Victor and the Xayah should be more than enough, and then you pair that up with the nice damage that Mordekaiser throws in. Yeah, I think team fight wise, it's very leaning towards Canberra College. But Kingsgrove, that's the thing, they shouldn't be fighting team fights. And the team fights they do fight, they should already have a man advantage coming into it to begin with, typically 2. So you'd expect them to be playing around the map really, really well. Shen's duty is to stop Mordekaiser from pushing. We saw that Anthros done quite nicely last game on the Mordekaiser up against the Gnar. Shen is a safer variation of Gnar, and more importantly, he's got Stand United, the Shen ultimate that is entirely global. So you could even 1-4 with the likes of the Zed, and then when Zed gets in a bad situation, Shen's like, don't worry fam, I got you.
Yeah, it's definitely an option there, but we will be taking a short break once again, just to make sure that we are all synced up once again. But feel free to stick around. We do have game 2 coming up between Canberra College and Kingsgrove. 1-0 in favor of Canberra College. Going into game 2, we will see who takes this advantage and moves on to game 3 with the advantage. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
And we are into our second game here of Canberra College versus Kingsgrove North. Regional finals here, New South Wales. And it looks like game 1, pretty chill. Game 2, Canberra College may have something planned here, and I don't think it's been sussed out just yet.
No, not just yet, but they are ready for anything, and they have the Nautilus hook as well. If Panda walks up, he's going to get hooked, lined, and sinkered down into their team gold pocket, but playing it safe.
Yeah, playing it safe there. I do like the idea of playing it safe because even if you do get the hook onto the Zed, Zed has flash. Zed could quickly level up shadows at level 1. Sure, it's not ideal, but he could easily take the living shadow at level 1 and get out without too many problems. So, will not net anything too much from there in the early game, but I really want to keep track of this jungle, specifically the Kayn. Because Kayn is not a full champion, I don't think at least, until he hits his transformation. So this early game jungling and seeing what lanes he finds priority to gank in will be very important for the likes of Kingsgrove. Because I've seen games where Kayn takes 20-something minutes to transform, and it's not good for the team with Kayn.
You know, it definitely isn't. So we will need to see some proactivity once again from Panda. We didn't see it. I mean, we didn't see as much as we would have liked in that early game for the start, but he did manage to scale. He did manage to do what he needed to be able to get some damage off. It just was unfortunate that he wasn't able to get the snowball for the rest of his team. Yeah, he snowballed. Ooh, level 2.
Ooh, level 2 gang, and a beautiful hook in here onto Kaiser. Panda forced to run for his life, burning the flash on both carry and marksman in the bot lane.
Yeah, but we do see Panda on the Kayn. He is ready for some shenanigans. Potentially going in on the bot lane as a counter, seeing what he can do here.
Yeah, but they got to be careful because Nautilus going in both level 1s on the bot side here. A level 2 Kayn should be good. Heal dropped out nice and early. And one summoner spell burnt in their case in that situation. And not even the flash at that.
No, they do manage to escape, but I mean, both junglers trying towards this bot side because we know they're both scaling. Canberra College and Kingsgrove, they want to play somewhat from the ball lane. Yeah, they do. Canberra College do have more options across the rest of the board, and Kingsgrove, they do have some pressure in that mid lane with Panda on Zed, but it does mean that ball lane trying to get some damage.
Yeah, Wee Potato's constantly throwing out these hooks here, but he needs to be a little careful because if he's not locking down a champion, Panda with the Halo Blades is going to wail into him, as well as Owo's Nami should be able to give out the healing required to nullify the damage that he's done and force a disengage. So Canberra College, I like the ambition coming from Wee Potato, but he just needs to be a little more careful about which hooks he's actually throwing out to hit.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Meanwhile, we do see the two junglers seeming to clash. Panda knows he has the advantage here. See what Dark Space does.
Yeah, Flag and Drag's out. Shouldn't net anything too much more than that, in all honesty. We did see both solo lanes from Kingsgrove roaming down. But again, Jarvan is plenty safe. He shouldn't be in the dying. Even if Kane does find him properly, he's not going to be posing too much of a threat.
But that does mean the priority of the Rift Tail does go over to Panda in the jungle, and he does look like he's trying something top.
Yeah, and this, I don't feel like this is meant to be a gank to kill at all. This is a pressure gank. It forces the Mordekaiser back, and perhaps more importantly, gets Kane his stacks, which does give us a bit more of an inclination. He is going to go towards the Rast, the darkened form of Kane, which is the more consistent one. It's got great sustain, of course, and it's harder to mess up. I think Flash coming in on the bottom side here, and demolition onto Panda.
The synergy from these guys. The hook at the same time as the flag and drag. There's so much happening from different directions, and I don't think Panda had enough time to react except use a heal. But he did die, which means a lot more pressure in favor of Canberra College now that they have that advantage.
Yeah, and in a way you could say, oh, a heal's not worth dropping. It's a panic reaction. You see yourself in trouble and you're like, okay, I've got to react to it. As we're seeing Anthro getting ganked by Panda in topside. Again, this will not net anything other than a couple orbs. Because there's a flash in the Mordekaiser, he's pretty damn tanky, and Shen doesn't do that much damage.
No. Well, I'm surprised that we are seeing Panda up in the top side because, yeah, it does give him some orbs, but look, they're not really going to get too much from it except maybe some, like, lane priority, maybe some CS in favor of Ward Save Lives, but that's shoving right into the Mordekaiser. He's going to get mostly his CS for free if the turret doesn't take him or if the turret doesn't out-farm him. He should be fine.
Yeah, and I think he can't go bot side right now because his bot side can't actually start the fight. He cannot engage with a Nami and a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa has nothing really to work with there, and Nami, as you said before, has to land the bubble to make it work. He can't gank the mid lane because, once again, Zed has no crowd control. He has nothing to help set up Panda for a gank unless he's got, like, Death Mark and then you go for a weird cheeky tower dive, and that's a bit on the ambition side. So the only lane we've set up for Kane is this top lane, which is why, like, Atheros needs to kind of just get used to having Kane in his lane because that's pretty much going to be the primary constant of where he's going.
Yeah, well, yeah, they just need to make sure that that river is warded up. They need to make sure that Anthos isn't going to die to a gank. And I do think that we were talking about it before, they need to get some vision priority around these jungles because that's sort of how Kingsgrove got that early advantage, was making sure river was warded up and making sure they can track the jungler.
Well, see Panda getting low in mid lane. He does have access to the Death Mark. Force the flash away, flash forward, and the Death Laser. Nice and easy solo kill here from the side of Bean Eater. You just can't be that far forward. There's no two ways about it.
No, I mean, you definitely can't. It's a range versus melee matchup. If you get caught out, if so much damage is dealt to you, you have to get the heck out of dodge or else you're going to die. And that does give some pressure and priority of this dragon over to Canberra College, and they take the early advantage.
And this is a bit different than the last game. Kingsgrove last game did a fantastic job of grabbing an early lead and then taking the game over from there. Now, Kingsgrove are falling behind early game. Their jungler is a lot weaker than what we expected them to be because of it's a Kane and there's no real great setup for him to be able to gank. And the proactivity coming out of Dark's Jarvan cannot be understated. He's only got 1 assist to his name, but he has had so much impact in this bottom lane already. And I expect it to continue, even with the fun build that Panda and Kai'Sa is rocking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it isn't, well, not necessarily new. It's been around for a couple patches now, but a lethality item on a Kai'Sa first, it gets her Q upgrade quicker, and it does mean that she does go with the Essence Reaver, gets her crit off a little bit more crit damage as well. Panda.
Ooh. Yeah, every time I said Shadows Forge, you're like, oh god, where's the death mark here? But he's not in a position to death mark anything.
No.
Like, Victor rushed a Seeker's Arm Guard. So what damage he will be doing is irrelevant. And yeah, you have to almost bring in the Kayn here for some sort of really ambitious dive coming in. But the gravity field goes down, doesn't lock anyone down, but it forces the disengage coming out of both sides. The death mark is not enough damage, and now the turnaround as Panda is caught in the death realm, realizes he's got nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Flashing in over the wall, coming here from the Kayn. Should be able to run away, but I don't know if running away is going to get you out alive. Smite for the heal. Continuing to run. Shen stand united. They do not want to concede this kill here, but they've got nowhere to go, so I'm very interested to see what decision they make. Last one is a disaster. They are getting the Jarvan low. Jarvan forces the 2 flag and drag out. Smudge again, have a little bit more health there. Panda on the backside will go down. Surely they got a couple more hits will do it. No. Jumps in. No, it messes up the jump over the wall. That's dead on the top half there. Ward save life now forced to run after using the stand united. 1 hit does it. And that is a disaster for Kingsgrove.
They really shouldn't have commit so many resources into keeping Panda alive. That was so much... I mean, they used the stand united. The teleport was down as well as a flash being used from Ward Save Lives. He teleported to lane, and then he uses his stand united onto Panda to keep him alive. That's so much map pressure gone.
Because you would expect Shen to have the teleport available... Well, maybe not teleport available for the next bot side fight, but he will at least have to stand united to help Panda in the bot lane scale. That's now no longer a possibility, which means We Potato should look for a hook, bring in Dark Spies on the Jarvan, and that should be a relatively easy kill on Kingsgrove's bot lane, because again, Nami's disengage is good, but when a Nautilus really wants you to stop moving, you stop moving as another gank in the top lane. We've seen this before. It will not result in a kill, and Darkspy might, just a zoning away. Again, Kayn needs his transformation into Rust as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he does. He needs to be able to get that tankiness going for his team, because really, they can't rely on Shen to be able to frontline the entire team composition of Canberra College, especially against the likes of a Mordekaiser, a Victor, a Jarvan, a Nautilus. You need to make sure that even if you are caught, you aren't going to die instantaneously, and Panda... he needs to make sure that he is not the focus either.
Yeah. We're not talking about dying instantly. Canberra College are playing this game defensively so far. Despite the productivity coming out of Dark Spice, they're not taking unnecessary fights. They're getting ganked, sure, but that's welcome to League of Legends. If you haven't been ganked, you're not playing the same game as me. And both their solo laners have already rushed Seeker's Arm Guards to deal with this roaming Kayn and to deal with their lane opponents. In this case, the Mordekaiser built it as a result of, hey, this Kayn's annoying me, and the Zed in mid lane, well, why don't you rush one against the Zed? So, really good itemization coming out of here from Canberra College, and they're happy to sit back and scale. The next dragon's in 40 seconds. Tico, you've muted your microphone, by the way.
Okay. Getting a bit of damage onto Panda, however, he is going to be able to retaliate a little bit. Doesn't decide to go all in, however. Quite a bit of damage, but...
Whoa, Deathmark coming in, and a flash to boot out. Is it enough damage? I don't think so. And now, no retaliation in the mid lane, but a retaliation in the bot lane. Zowo is the sacrificial lamb. Surely to God, they can choose to focus them down. Panda is trying to fight it off. Reinforcements coming in for the game. And you noted a 4-man pilot in the bot lane coming in from Kingsgrove. This is exactly what we'd expect out of them. And lovely Featherstorm pulled back, will keep Militant alive, but they will lose We Potato for their troubles.
Yeah, and I mean, down goes... I mean, that's the power of Kingsgrove North High School and their composition. They have so much global pressure once that Shen Stand United is up. And because they can do some counter ganks as well, like in comes Dark Spice, but hey, wait, Panda's in the sidelines, and Ward saves lives. Oh, wait. just because he's on the other side of the map doesn't mean he isn't going to be able to help with a shield as well as just bringing himself to the table.
I mean, we talked about the fact that the Shen using the ultimate before onto his Kayn wasn't the best. And I think that's a fair assessment to make. But the cooldown of a Shen ultimate is significantly less than the cooldown of a teleport. So he can get away with being a little bit more reckless with that ultimate cooldown because it'll come up eventually. And it's always willing to drop. So really good use of it in that bot lane fight. Tries to recover what is a bad situation down there because, again, you talked about late game insurance policies. Kai'Sa is the late game insurance policy for Kingsgrove.
Yeah. I mean, so is the Zed, but it might take a while for him to be able to actually do anything. He's picked up his Youmuu's Ghostblade, so he now has a little bit more potential in the roams, can help with a 5-man roam. Panda.
Yeah, going on to Wheat Potato here. Blondie blocking him. The Nautilus a bit too far forwards. I don't know why you're that far forwards, buddy. Like, you're not threatening the tower off. Fight in middle lane. Panda trying to do what he can on top of Bean Eater. Bean Eater's not going to die from that one, though. And Panda forced to flee. The Death Laser not able to get the finishing touches. And Darkspite has no mana, which means they don't want to risk the overchase, and they will allow him to get out alive.
Smart disengage from the side of Canberra College, and it does go to show the discipline that these guys can show. Mini-Tom.
Oh my god, Melton is going to get killed. Killian's going forward. A couple more hits will do it. Yes, it will. Halo Blaze not even required for Kingsgrove's AD carry.
Had no backup as well. We saw Panda coming towards that bot lane as well, just in case Mini-Tom decided that he wanted to live a little bit longer. And so they do manage to pick up another kill down in the bot lane, but that does mean that they lose a lot of pressure around the rest of the map as well. They lose that bottom turret, potentially.
Well, not just yet, as it seems a certain support is very adamant that this turret remains on his half of the map there. Yeah, teleport coming in as well. Death Ray is available. That should be Panda locked in. He's not getting out of this one alive. He will surely fall, and his support may pay the same price as well. Tidal Wave coming out by a little bit of time. OO should be able to get out with too many issues. Depth Charge not available for the side of Wheat Potato. As finally, Bean Eater dies in the mid lane due to the combo of the double assassins.
Yeah, I mean, that is the power of these guys. But when we talk about double assassin compositions, you have to note there is either going to be a lack of DPS or a lack of tankiness.
Well, we'll see which one comes out there as we see another fight in the jungle here. Stand United coming through. A lovely taunt by the Cataclysm. Not exactly ideal there, but they will still get access to Panda despite going full tank on the Jarvan. He should be able to get over too many issues again. Double assassins, hanging a triple. Technically, there's 3 assassins this game, Tika, because in lore, Shed is indeed another assassin.
Yeah, but look, we build them tankiness, and I mean, you can count him as assassin, but that also means that Kai'Sa is an assassin.
I mean, Kai'Sa basically is an assassin. You see how mobile she is? She just dives into the backline, just guns you down where you stand.
Yeah, and I mean, in TFT, she counts as a marksman assassin, so, I mean...
Yeah, so Kingsgrove have drafted 4 assassins and then a plate of sushi.
Yeah. Well, I mean... Yeah, that'd be about right. Maybe some fishy jokes if you like, but yeah, they do have a lot of mobility on their side, and if they work that towards their favor, they can definitely utilize this combination. But that does mean that they do have to make sure that their Kayn and their Zed doesn't fall too far behind, or else they're gonna lack in the damage department.
Well, they're trying to make sure they're ahead here as another gank in the top lane. Azeroth is gonna be getting sick of this. He's like, guys, leave me alone for 5 minutes, please. I just want to play League of Legends.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to get out of there quite easily. And now that the Bean Eater has finished his next core upgrade, he isn't going to finish the Zhonya's Hourglass, but he's gone towards a Lost Chapter, getting some damage instead of a bit of safety. I'm not exactly sure it's the right move, especially against a Kayn and a Zed, but it does mean that he has some potential.
Yeah, it's a little annoying for Bean Eater here. He's split among 3 items. Of course, he's got the Seeker's Armguard of the Zhonya's, the Last Chapter of the Luden's Echo, and he's only got 2 of the 3 components for his perfect hex core. He's still missing the 3rd and final upgrade, which of course will enhance his ultimate at the same time. And it's going to be so frustrating because he's like, I need all of these items. I just need more gold to fund this shopping expedition. So, And he's doing really well in this mid lane, considering the fact that Panda's Kane has been all over the map. He has been top lane, he's been bot lane, he's been mid lane about 3 times now. He's been top lane about 5. So really proactive on the Kane. And the fact that no one from Canberra College is actually really far behind, considering how proactive the enemy jungler is a testament to the fact that they are playing it relatively safe.
Yeah, I mean, they are. They have a safe composition as well. I mean, Xayah, she's got her Feather Storm, she can't be targetable. You have the Jarvan, who's got quite a bit of CC, but also on top of that, we'll talk about it later, top lane.
Yeah, top lane is juking it out here. Again, this shouldn't be a kill. I'm just saying, oh, Weeper, that's an unfortunate hook onto a minion there. Teleport coming in immediately from the Victor as there's a gank on the top half of the map. Warsave's life is forced to run away. He will die to this one after a couple more hits, not able to get the turnaround kill. Meanwhile, on bot side, no one actually died because of a lovely disengage coming out of the Panda. And Bishes onto the Zac there. Onto the Victor, I should say. Not able to take him down. A disengage coming in from both teams. A potential re-engage from Wheat Potato, but he's going to be so careful. Well, all this is happening. Canberra College, top half of the map, are able to get themselves the first turret of the game.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do manage to take this first tier down in the bot side, as well as they have priority over this dragon. So they do take that one, the Mountain Drake being the second one, and it is another Mountain Soul. They do have Rift Herald though, so they could potentially get another charge onto that inhibitor turret.
Oh, they absolutely can if they want to, but they're choosing to back away. They do not want to take the risk of Kingsgrove sending multiple members up to them and just wiping them off the face of the Rift. And I think that's a really smart decision. Yes, we know in hindsight they only sent back Shen and they could have committed 2 members to the push, but they have to play with the information that they have available. And they saw Zed missing on map, they saw Kane missing on map, and Shen all missing on the minimap. And they're like, okay, the possibilities of them committing 3 members to us in top half, honestly, is actually realistic. So, nice, best play it safe, recall, don't overextend yourself. We're only 1,000 gold ahead. That is nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, no, they should be fine in terms of being able to come back into this, but they do lose quite a bit of priority when it comes to objectives. Baron is coming up in about 5 seconds. Not that any team are going to put priority over it just yet as it spawns, because unless you're really far ahead, you don't want to go for a 20-minute Baron.
There are some brilliant 20-minute Baron, drafts I've seen recently, Tico. They're actually, amazingly funny. We can talk about later. As we're seeing another fight in the top lane here. Mordekaiser, he's doing a bit better, but it's a Shen with a Sunfire Cape.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not magic resistance, but it still makes him pretty damn tanky.
Yeah. It does mean that, even though he did build a Sunfire Cape, a Rylai's Crystal Scepter in and of itself, doesn't do too much damage. He's got the Haunting Guise as well as the Seeker's Arm Guard. Yeah, sure, he's got AP in his build. Doesn't mean he's going to be dealing any damage towards save lives. It's a Shen you're playing into. You can't really do much unless you have your jungler coming in, which is what is happening.
Yeah, you're going to need to, because once again, getting kind of low, locking him down into the Cataclysm here. Death Realm not required for the kill there. And towards save live, I think it's a really smart decision. Did not waste the flash. Knew he was dead. He's like, all right, fine. I've overextended myself. I accept my fate.
Yeah, definitely a smart play coming out from Ward Save Lives, but he does have his Stand United, still got his global pressure. He did push up a bit too far. He's lost 2 turrets on the top side. He needs to be more careful. They do have some vision, but Jarvan 4 played around that very, very well.
And got that successful gank and a kill as a result of really clever pathing there. But this Kayn is, again, Panda's Kayn has been very proactive in the early game. He's been very gank heavy. And he's going for, again, very standard build for the Rast Kayn. You go for the Tiamat, gets you really nice and clear in your jungle faster than you've already got, which is pretty damn good from him in there. But beyond that, there's honestly nothing too unconventional about the itemization we're looking at here, Tico. We've got the Super Soaker for Bean Eater, as opposed to a Luden's Echo, which honestly you don't need a Luden's Echo. On the Victor, your double Death Laser proc is more than enough. Do you think Ambrose is just sick of this at this point? He has been ganked so many times.
If he starts walking towards his turret now, he should be fine. But
nope. He's going to go down here. Sure that he got... I think... Oh, the shield? No, he's dead. Humble Trespass is more than enough to ensure the kill goes down and gets out of any issues. I'm surprised he decided to Death Realm the Shen as opposed to the Kayn. in that situation. I think you can get out alive if you Death Realm the other one.
Yeah, there's definitely an option there, but in terms of just being able to 1v1 someone, I think he just needed to make it a 1v1 and sort of scrambled to press the R button, and both champions were on top of each other, so even though he might have wanted to click for Panda, Ward Save Lives just has maybe a little bit of a bigger hitbox to be able to hit, and takes priority over that.
I mean, we've all done that, right? We've all Maokai W'd a minion by mistake, right? I'm not alone here. Am I, Tico?
Run.
Run.
Oh, good flash.
No. I guess I love you. That's brilliant. Out of that one. Yeah, yes, it's a summon spell, but you can't die in that situation. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. You do not want to find yourself on the wrong side of the map when Dragon spawns up.
No, I mean, you really don't. Panda. He sees Dark Spies.
Yeah, drops the death mark down. Shouldn't be more than enough, though. Yeah. Gets out without any issues there. Will recall. So, this heads straight back down to the bot lane, and Canberra College should be without issue to be able to contest this next objective.
Yeah, I mean, we got teleports across the board, but it looks like everyone on the side of Canberra College wants to get priority over this Mountain Soul. We do see Ward Save Lives. He has his teleport and Stand United as well, so he does go top wave, gets some priority there, while the rest of his team already has some vision around Dragon, so they will know if Canberra College do decide to get some priority around this Dragon. But as of right now, Kingsgrove have all they need to make sure that this Dragon is secured.
Yeah. I mean, Kingsgrove would like, for example, the Death Mark to be back up and available, and it should by the time that the Canberra College do decide to actually elect to fight the enemy objective, as both TP members are topside. We're seeing Ward Save Live doing some nice damage on the Bean Eater there. Bean Eater shouldn't be able to do too much here, but he did drop Chaos Storm, which is actually a pretty big cooldown here. That does get us started. Owo is for some reason on the front line with the Nami, forces the follow up through with Panda, a lovely knock-up combination, but not much actual damage coming out. Definitely coming onto the backline there, gets the seed up, not able to get damage. Panda jumping into the backline with the Killer Instinct on the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa forced the flash out to safety as well. And Versus goes down on the sideline there. Darkseid's running for his life. He will get gunned down by Panda's Kai'Sa, as well a shutdown, in fact, going over to the Zed in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it was really good that Ward Saves Lives was keeping Bean Eater, keeping him busy, because that meant that he couldn't teleport. That meant that he couldn't help the rest of his team, leaving it at a 4v4. And we know that Kingsgrove North High School, they don't necessarily need Ward Saves Lives to win a 4v4. Yeah, I mean, Canberra College were tanky, but once they took out, once the Mordekaiser used the Realm of Death on...
Sorry.
I think it's called Realm of Death.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
God, I'm learning.
Once he did use the Realm of Death onto Panda, I think that sort of turned the fight around, making it a 3v3, and took away one of the main priority tanks of Canberra College. So yeah, it's good if you take away one of the priority targets onto the Kingsgrove North High School, but you sort of got to win it, as well as you need to make sure that the rest of your team can survive without you for that 7 seconds.
And in this situation, part of the team fighting prowess that we see out of Canberra College, that we said, oh, this is going to be a stronger team fight team, is part and due to the Victor. Victor has fantastic team fight damage, fantastic team fight zone control, with, of course, his ultimate, the Chaos Storm, as well as the Gravity Field. And then to just not have him involved in the team fight at all is a disaster for him. So it's a little bit annoying, honestly, from the side of Canberra College to be like, well, we've got a great team fight mage in the mid lane, except he's top lane dealing with a Shen and lost most of his HP from a bad engage.
Yeah, and Ward Save Lives can deal with Bean Eater. He's got magic resist now. The Adaptive Helm, really good against the Victor as well, just to make sure that the Chaos Storm doesn't do too much damage. But it's also the fact that Ward Save Lives didn't actually need to get a kill onto Bean Eater. As I mentioned before, he only needed to keep him busy just to make sure that he actually wasn't able to join the rest of his team and use his teleport.
Oh, Deathmark coming down here on Travis. This is a lot of damage.
Interesting.
Ambitious as the Death Round comes in. The shield not even required to get the turnaround kill there. A 1-for-1 as reinforcements coming on the side. Stoneplate dropped off by Darkspire to try and buy time Cataclysm out, but a lovely time double trespass should get him out of move. Oh my god, not enough to take out Panda. But my god, that was a beautiful play by Militant to try and survive a tower dive.
Yeah, meanwhile, up in the top side, Panda did manage to get a solo kill against Dark Spice. I saw Wee Potato going to help Dark Spice, but then he turned around and decided, oh, wait, no, my Zaya's in danger, and left Dark Spice out to dry. And during that rotation, Mini Tom died as well. I mean, good attempt at a play with that Feather Recall, but he wasn't able to stay alive and kill Panda in the process.
Yeah, I think part of that is Owo was at Panda's side, as well as having rushed the Mercurial Scimitar. Not Mercurial Scimitar, sorry. The cleanse coming out as well. So it pretty much gives Panda that additional safety that they were looking for from the bits of crowd control, for example, Militant CC. I think more importantly, Wee Potato's Nautilus you need the protection from, but it's still really good effect and impact.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to make sure, because of the Blade Caller, that's a really good item to pick up first. The Mikhail's Crucible I'm talking about. As well as just the sheer amount of CC that Canberra College has, and the fact that Panda can't afford to buy a Quicksilver Stash just yet. It's a really good pickup to say, hey, my support can do that for me as long as OO stays with me the entire time. And I mean, Kingsgrove North High School, they're playing around that fact really well, and they're just making sure that Panda is able to scale and get to those 3 items a lot quicker.
Yeah, and he's building towards that third item. I wonder if it's actually going to be, because I'm not mistaken, you complete your Edge of Night as your third item with this build, typically on Kai'Sa. Yet it looks like Panda's Kai'Sa is going to go for something a little bit different. Is this a grabbing of a Guinsoo's Rageblade?
Yeah, so usually when you're going with this Korean build, it's you build the Serrated Dirk first, but then you finish the Essence Reaver and then go into a Guinsoo's Rageblade. He's decided that he wants to do the first 2, Serrated Dirk into Essence Reaver, and then into a Guinsoo's, but not finishing that Serrated Dirk and deciding to skip that, going for a Nashor's Tooth to upgrade the W. I mean, he's got his upgraded Q, he's got his upgraded W, so he should, and now he has his upgraded E. So that does bring his upgraded abilities a lot quicker, but that does mean he does lack a little bit of protection. But I think the Nami does cover that. Yeah,
the Nami should be able to cover that. It's got the, as you said, Mikhail's Crucible before, as well as the Ardent Center to boot, and adds in the missing AP that perhaps you're missing from the side of Kingsgrove with a Z in the middle lane. So really good adaptation here from Panda to be like, okay, my team needs some AP. Oh my lord, this is a interesting trade here, Tico. They're willing to give up the second dragon, which could have been their soul, for a Baron.
I think they can afford to do this one. They have enough time to be able to pick up another dragon because, I mean, Canberra College, they have to pick up another 2, while Kingsgrove North High School, they are still on their sole point. They want to go for this trade because now they still have the advantage and they potentially can go for a catch here.
Yeah, Flash come out immediately from the Mordekaiser. Is just so tired of this cane up in his face. As Zed in the base, finding onto Matosa, should get the deletion. Goodbye on that one. Now the tower dive coming in for the rest of the team. They are diving in on top of Kingsgrove. They should be able to do this. Canberra College are trying desperately to fight back, but it doesn't matter. A triple kill coming out for Panda on the Kai'Sa, running down. If you remember, yes, Kai'Sa has died, but it matters little. The only victim from Kingsgrove was Panda's Kai'Sa. 4 members left available. They could look to end with the Baron they just picked up.
Yeah, they should be able to end off the back of this one. They go for a really good trade here, and they can push in the rest of the base. They know they have the team fight potential and the team fight prowess, and what do off the back of it? They go for team fight. They try and get a catch. They do so well with Panda, making sure that Mini Tom is not going to be in the fight. And he made the call, and he did the right thing to be able to take him out, and just enough damage with a death mark to be able to take him out of the fight.
And very well done from Kingsgrove. They struggled a little bit in the early game, but what I really love about what they did was the Kane, specifically in the early game, was so proactive, and it's something we didn't see in the Olaf last game. Yes, Olaf ended up getting a pentakill as a result of, maybe waiting a little bit, but Kane's proactive early game put Mordekaiser in a state of constant paranoia, set the enemy Victor in a position where he couldn't really push up in lane and had to go for a really annoying build where he had just components scattered around all over the place, and He's like an unorganized workman. He's got so much on his plate and he doesn't know what to do with any of it. And then the bottom lane, the Xayah just wasn't able to bully hard enough. And then Kane's like, all right, well, we'll get a couple good team fights. Let's get going. Take over the game. And with a huge stepping stone to get Kingsgrove the victory in this best of 5 series. Now the scores are evened up, Tico. It's 1 apiece for both teams.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit dangerous for both of them. I mean, a lot of work came out from Panda in the jungle, but it's also, you have to note that even though Panda in the mid lane did quite a bit to make sure that, I mean, Canberra College were staying down, because when you have a couple assassins on your team, you need to make sure that your AD carry stays alive and your mid laner stays alive. And when you have 2, 3, no, I'm not going to say 4, 3 assassins on your side, you need to make sure that they don't get dived on, and you need to make sure that they have protection and they have the peel. What happened there was that Kingsgrove North High School, they went all in. They went places where you wouldn't expect them to be. Canberra College got caught out in that last one because Mini Tom died. And after Mini Tom died, they were able to scale the rest of it and take the rest of the game away.
Yeah, they weren't expecting the Zed to just rock up in the middle of the base like, hey guys, what's up? My base now. Destroys Minotaur, and suddenly they're like, we're now lacking in teamfight damage. And then they just got dived on top of and just goon squatted at that point in your own base. We didn't have the damage to fight back, got overrun and taken down there. So a really good move out of Kingsgrove to take control of the second game of the series. Coming into game number 3, I really hope Kingsgrove continue this trend through their jungler. Aggressive jungle pick, spend the first 15 minutes of the game ganking non-stop. Set paranoia in the hearts of your enemies, because that's how you truly become the world's most annoying jungler.
Yeah.
It's just like, you're walking in lane and it's like, he hasn't ganked me for about 75 seconds. Where is he? He's doing my lane any minute now.
I need to freeze this lane. I need to freeze it. Oh my gosh.
And then you just see him like coming in over the wall like, I goddamn knew it! I see you! Coming in there. Look guys, third game of this Best of 5 series is not far from kicking off. Kingsgrove North and Canberra College both sitting on 1 game apiece. Don't go anywhere. Game number 3 is right around the corner for the New South Wales Regional Finals.
Potty pussy.
Dad.
Bring your family together. Optus Family Plan with 4 SIMs and 250 gigs of data to share.
Hey guys, and we are back here at Meta HSE for the regional finals of New South Wales. My name is Ewan Midnight Reed. Joining me, my partner in crime, as always, as he's been through the entirety of today, is Benjamin Tico Lee. And we have ourselves our third game here for Kingsgrove North facing up against Canberra College. And Tico, this game is so important given the game store we've had in this series so far.
Yeah, definitely so. It's come to a game 3, and it's still a 1-for-1, which means any team can take this game away. We thought that maybe Canberra College had it in the first game, but then Kingsgrove, they utilized their early advantage and pushed it even further for the second game. And so now, third game, it's anyone's game.
It really is. And the questions I have to raise coming into this are, what are the win conditions? How are the teams going to get ahead? Now, Kingsgrove, we saw it last game. Their jungler, if he's given the time of day, can pop off and be so aggressive in the early game, start taking everyone down around him and push the enemy team back. So I really want to see another proactive early game jungler. Kane, Lee Sin, hell, take the Jarvan for yourself if you're feeling confident. I don't care what it is, but grab yourself something aggressive early, take control of the game early, and run from there, because that's how you won last game. Don't break the formula.
Yeah, no, they need to make sure that they keep to what they're good at. And ward save lives, early aggressive jungling, which is what we need from him. Otherwise, he needs to be that late game tank insurance. But we've seen him on so many carries in the mid lane, in the jungle, and they're taking away his Kayn and his Olaf. So they want to make sure that ward save lives doesn't have any impact. But I'm curious to see how big his champ will be.
There's no way he hasn't got another one of these style junglers coming through. Again, Lee Sin and Jarvan both fit a very similar niche within this aggressive jungle hierarchy. So I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those two come out. There are tons of other junglers that aren't as conventional, that are just as strong. So I'm really interested to see what they want to play. Again, Mordekai's a first pick. I have to raise the question, what happens if you ban his Mordekaiser? What does he have left?
Well, I feel like it's sort of baiting it, because they've gone to game 3 with the Mordekaiser. We know he's capable of playing something. I'm surprised that they didn't ban away the Shen, though, being one of the good counter picks that we saw ward save lives pick up before. And okay.
Well, it's clear that, yeah, there's the Shen you were talking about before. It makes a lot of sense. Grab it. It did brilliantly last game. No reason to break the formula. You know that you can hold off against the Mordekaiser with the Shen. What's interesting is the change in bot lane now. Ashe locked in here for Panda in the bot lane. And I'm curious what they're going to pair that up with on the bot side, Tico, because Ashe basically nullifies Varus in that you can't safely pick him now. It almost forces like does it force like an Ezreal out? Yeah, it forces like the Ezreal out of you.
It really does, because Ashe, aggressive. She's got quite a few slows. You're going to have to play a safe AD carry if you're going to be able to survive that lane. But in saying that, Ezreal does a little bit of damage once he gets to 40% cooldown reduction. So you need to be able to play safe laning phase, because Ashe is just going to ruffle stomp you anyway. And then you need to be able to get to that mid game, late game. And a good pick is an Ezreal. Safe to say that if you do pick an Ezreal, you're not going to have a hard engaged bot lane though. So Kingsgrove North High School, they have priority bot lane, which means they will be looking towards more dragons on their side. And I really want to see what jungler they pick.
Yeah, the jungle is the name of the game here, Tico. We do have a good idea of the jungler on Canberra College side though. That'd be the Bully Bear. Very annoying to deal with if you don't have correct damage output sources, because he is just such a beefy boy. He is the chunkiest of bears in that jungle position there, because they don't expect it to be mid, and unless there's some sort of support volley bear, which just doesn't happen, especially not into Ashe Karma. We've got our jungler there. On the other side, of course, Ashe Karma locked in. You talked about Ashe being good engage and poke, Karma good disengage and poke as well. So pretty much a very solid bot lane minus, traditional engage coming out.
Oh, yeah, definitely so. Ashe Karma, I want to focus more on this bot lane. Ashe Karma, they have poke, but the amount of disengage I want to focus on, it's with a lot of slows from Ashe and her volley, it sort of mitigates volley's hard engage. Yeah, if they do push in this bot lane, which is most likely going to happen into an Ezreal, they need to make sure that River is warded up. They need to make sure that Tribush is warded up. And if not, they need to make sure that they track this volley bear, or else they are going to start to see a lot of presence down in the bot side from Dark Spice.
What I love is the other two jungle bans thrown out there in the second round by Canberra College. They are so afraid of Panda. He's lost 4 of his champions. Like, how deep does it... Oh my god, yes! Talk about early game jungle aggression. Rek'Sai is the queen of early game jungle aggression. God damn it, I got baited! Okay, AP Gragas is just as good though.
Yeah, but it also could be taken mid. Not a likely opportunity, not a likely chance, because Gragas, you don't want to lock in Gragas early, especially when you don't have a counter pick, but it is a flex. It definitely is a flex pick here, because they haven't locked in their mid laner as well. Karma's potential for mid lane as well, not likely going to happen. We always see her in the bot lane. So...
well, not necessarily. We did see Karma top lane in the LCS last night? Or this morning, something along those lines. So it can pop up.
But Shen.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying but she can go into other lanes.
Ah, right. Well, it's either tank Karma top or support Karma bot lane.
Oh, we'll find out. Again, I do expect that. Again, Zed's unbanned. Zed did decently. It wasn't the greatest matchup, but we know he can play Zed. He's not entirely uncomfortable with it. Okay.
No.
I am officially in love with mid lane Panda. That is amazing.
These are solo queue mid lane assassins that you don't usually see in tournament play, and Panda's taking them out and somewhat wrecking with them.
But that's the thing, we're not in the, yes, we're treating it like a very competitive environment. Hell, these are the finals for New South Wales. So we want to be taking these games to high consideration. But these guys aren't OPL players. These guys aren't OCS players to my knowledge, although one of them probably will be, and I'm going to get made fun of in about 6 months' time. These guys have to dance the delicate line of this champion is really strong in the meta to this champion I'm very damn good at. And obviously in the middle lane here for Panda, he is very proficient with his assassins. And if you've got a proficient assassin player who is good enough to do what he needs to do, then I don't see why you don't lock it in, especially because what's Katarina's biggest counter, unless I'm horribly mistaken, is just raw crowd control.
Yeah.
You look on the other side, Victor needs, what, a solid 3 seconds for his gravity well to do anything. The volley bear needs to get to the Katarina, and Katarina can dance as long as she damn well wishes, and Morgana has to land a skill shot. If Katarina is smart about this, she should be able to play around the cooldowns and actually wait for the big bit ones to come out, jump in, drop Death Blossom, kill at least half the enemy team, maybe get a couple resets, die herself, maybe, and then Ashe is like, great, I've got 4 targets, all of them have like a 3rd HP, let's do this.
Yeah, that's the way to go. And especially when you have the Katarina on your team, you need to make sure that you have a lot of disengage. But in saying that, Ezreal, he is a very safe AD carry with his Arcane Shift. He's going to be able to disengage as soon as possible. Morgana's got her Black Shield. She has her Dark Binding as well, just to make sure that people don't keep chasing, as well as just the Gravity Well. Mordekaiser's going to be able to take people. He's going to be able to disengage people as well with his grasp. Canberra College, they don't necessarily, individual champions on their own aren't disengaged champions. But when you look at it as a whole, they really can do both disengage and hard engage.
There's a little bit of everything coming out for them, and that's kind of what you really want from them, because the more options you have, the more versatility you have in your wheelhouse, the easier it is to play League of Legends. You need to start a fight. Okay, hard engage. Gragas, Ashe, forward, go. You need to run away from a fight. Gragas, Shen, Karma, go. You've got a little bit of everything in your wheelhouse, which is beautiful. Canberra College, on the other hand, where's their engage? is it if their engage is Volley Bear, I choose you like a Pokemon and yeeting him onto the front line. In Pokemon, yes, it works brilliantly. In League of Legends, I'm not so sure throwing a bear onto the front line is the greatest of strategies put together.
Well, I mean, they really don't want to go for fights. It's more of a reactive team composition that they've picked up. It's Ash Karma. Their reaction is Ezreal Morgana, disengage against hard engage or hard poke. When you have Mordekaiser first pick, it's a safe pickup for that player. And as well as the Volley Bear, it is a safe jungler against a lot of the hard engaged junglers that Panda in the jungle wants to pick up. Because he's got tankiness, he's got disengage, he's got a stun. He has quite a bit of potential to be able to just mitigate a lot of the hard engaged champions that Panda in the jungle wants to be able to do. So, Canberra College, they don't want to take fights. It's really up to Kingsgrove to be able to set the pace of the game if they want to take this game. Canberra College, all they want to do is scale and farm.
Alright, well, scale and farm is the priority here for Canberra College. I'm a little worried because that can go disastrously wrong if you're not willing to play proactively, but time will be the jury and the judge in game number 3 here of our New South Wales Regional Finals. Canberra College lost last game. Can they bounce back and win game number 3? Or will Kingsgrove North High School continue their offensive blitzkrieg and continue this attack, getting themselves a 2-1 lead and getting themselves the shot to take the New South Wales Finals? Guys, don't go anywhere as game number 3 is about to begin. Hello, everybody, and welcome. Game number 3 is about to kick off here. You see the champions running onto Summoners Rift Kingsgrove. We have our eye in the sky on charging 5-man strong to the bot lane. Looks more of just a counter engage, but unfortunately, a line of scrimmage from Canberra College will result in no early fun shenanigans coming up.
Well, I mean, when you see a 5-man stack a bush, you don't know yet. They could be doing a late invade. There's every potential for them to be able to do so, especially when they have a Gragas, they have a Shen taunt, they have a volley from the Ashe. There's quite a bit of slows and engage to be able to take down an Ezreal down in that tri-bush, but it doesn't look like they're going to be doing so.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. When you look at what they are going up against, so Morgana does feel like it can go for those kind of cheeky early game invades, because if you catch someone out of position, then they're almost forced to flash the Dark Binding, because if it catches you in the early game, it is near impossible to get your way out of before you lose most of your HP. Unfortunately, no such luck coming in there for the side of Kingsgrove. No invade, but it's not the end of the world if you don't get ahead early game. As you said, Canberra College want to sit back and scale. Kingsgrove, let's see how aggressive your Gragas Predator jungle can be.
Yeah, well, I'm looking to see an AP tank style build from the Gragas, just because they have quite a bit of damage on their side already on the Kingsgrove North High School. They have the Katarina for a lot of the AP damage. They have Karma as well, just as a secondary damage source, as well as the Ashe being a lot of AD damage and being their main source, which is basically what an AD carry should be. So with that, if they want to do a front-to-back teamfight composition, I wouldn't be surprised if Gragas does build a couple of those tank items just to make sure that he doesn't die too quickly.
The Gragas build that seems to be going around, that I've seen at least, is similar to the Nunu build that's been going around, where you go for like the proto belt and you try to be super cheeky. And talking about cheeky, Ward Save Live forcing the flash out of the enemy top laner there, purely because level 2 hits first. You have to make sure you're utilizing that to your greatest advantage.
It's a huge advantage that Ward Save Lives needs to utilize, and he did so beautifully, forcing a flash out as well. There's potential for Gragas to come in for a gank to level 3. Not likely going to happen, especially when Ward Save Lives is shoving in that top wave. But Mordekaiser does have pushing power. Shen does not. If Shen just last hits, he should be able to get that into position where Panda can gank.
Yeah, Panda right now is going for a full heavy clear here. He's done every camp except the Krogs on his half of the map there with the Gragas. Facing up against him, the Volley Bear, similar, but just did skip the Wolves to rush down towards the Scuttle Crab. So trying to cut off Panda in an early priority move there. As both junglers will be butting heads very shortly, both solo laners don't appear to be in either position to be able to rotate early, except Ward Save Live once again getting a nice taunt down. It will force the Mordekaiser to back up a little bit here. And the trade in the jungle area does appear to have gone in favor of Canberra College's jungler.
Yeah, the two big mites of the jungle. I mean, these guys are huge in terms of their physical size anyway, so I mean, they really don't have too much power in terms of their level 3 1v1. I mean, they're really there to set up for their laners for a kill, get some CC off.
Uh-oh. This could be really bad here. He's forced him back. The flash is still available on the shed, but he has reinforcements coming in there from his jungler. Ward Save Lives, yeah, he gets out without any issues, but this Mordekaiser was meant to be the safe pickup here. And he is currently effectively being forced out of lane by Shen alone.
Well, I mean, it is a safe pick, but we saw during that last game that a Shen does really well into a Mordekaiser, and especially when a Shen can land a taunt, that's a lot of damage for Ward Save Lives.
I think that's a good punishment, honestly. Ward Save Lives. What was he going to do in that situation? Do you think he would honestly taunt under the turret like that? Like, that feels a bit on the ambitious side of things, Nico.
I feel like it was there to delay the recall. Force a teleport out from the Mordekaiser as well, because he had the lane in his favor shoving Ward Save Lives. He had the lane in his favor shoving into that turret, and it really does force out a teleport from Mordekaiser just to make sure that he doesn't lose out on that experience, because if he did finish that recall, there would have been a chance for him to be able to walk back to lane.
Well, yeah, coming back to lane with just an amplifying tome up against a full Barmy Cinder coming out of Ward Saves Live is a little bit on the rough side for this top laner here on the side of Canberra College, as he's getting taunted up, pulled in, and takes a decent share of damage right now. Grasp with the Undying, pretty nice. Couple more hits may do it. Both back away, not realizing it as bottom lane is in trouble. Flash from Panda gets a heal with the heal as well. The tether from Karma not applying to anything, but brilliant disengage coming out of Ash Karma like you talked about before.
Yeah, it's a great amount of potential coming out from this ball lane. They have the advantage when it comes to the CS. They have the advantage when it comes to the hard engage, unless the Dark Binding does land. But it's just more consistent CC coming out from Kingsgrove High School. So when it comes to the priority, it's definitely in favor of Kingsgrove. Even when a gank comes out for the Volley Bear, all Panda needs to do is throw out a volley, slow him down. OO needs to land a tether, and then that's the lane mitigated.
There is, of course, the Dark Shield available to try and mitigate the tether like we saw before, but it has to be timed really, really well. Now, I didn't notice this coming into the game, and that is to my shame, Tico. Panda in mid lane has elected he doesn't need flash. That Katarina's existence is more than enough. And honestly, with the Death Blossom coming down, it looks more than justified as he gets himself first blood and a solo kill to an assassin in the mid lane.
A huge potential coming out from Panda. I mean, yeah, no, he doesn't need flash. Look at the mobility on Katarina. Just make sure that you dash towards your allies, you can dash towards your minions, you can dash towards your enemy minions, you can dash towards enemy champions. It's a lot of mobility. You don't necessarily need a flash, you just need some form of enemy or ally to be able to dash to be able to get to safety. And with such low cooldowns, on Panda for those resets on the Katarina, it really isn't too much of a problem if he doesn't have flash.
Uh-oh. This is a disaster for the side of Canberra Cannibal. They're going to lose their support as well. Weepy Potato falls to Panda, an assist going around the board here. This is really not good for Canberra College. Once again, losing control of the game early. But it's not just as a result of the enemy jungler. Now the enemy mid laner is getting in on it.
Yeah, I mean, Panda seems like he's comfortable on this champion. He's got out a little bit of cheese, Dark Spice. Dangerous spot.
Yeah, very dangerous. He really wants to get his up back. He will secure it, but exhaust goes down. He did get it initially. He's also going to lose it very quickly here. Panda should just be able to body slam over the wall. Owo, in fact, is the one to secure themselves a red buff.
Yeah, he takes that one quite easily. Meanwhile, topside. Wet noodle, some could say.
Absolutely wet noodle in this situation. Like, Mordekaiser doesn't have the damage to deal with the Shen, and the Shen has the damage to deal with the Mordekaiser, but just chooses not to because it's going to take him about a century and a half to kill the Mordekaiser. It's just not worth the effort.
No, it definitely isn't. And Panda looking towards the mid lane, aggressive.
Oh, this is the position for a solo kill, but we're seeing a. I actually love the positioning of the Volibear there. He's trying to hide and saying, yeah, go for the engage. I dare you. And then he's going to charge forwards with his bear roar and grab the Katarina and stun her. So, I like the attempt. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out the way we wanted it to.
But the amount of discipline that the Kingsgrove North High School...
Death also coming out on to B-Neater. B-Neater is not going to go down. And there it is. Death Spice coming in for the counter engage. And we talked about Katarina not being able to handle crowd control. Well, he's got that in spades.
Well, that is unfortunate. Another flash forced out by Mordekaiser as well. The power of Shen top. It might not be interesting, but it does the job.
Oh, it is boring. I mean this. Don't get me wrong. You are playing this lane really, really well. But how are you able to play Shen 2 games in a row and retain your sanity? No.
It does the job. I mean,
so boring.
It mitigates the lane and makes sure that he has the advantage. If things get interesting down bot lane, he plays a mini game called "Let's teleport to my ally for them a shield," and then he goes back to lane for another 2 minutes.
Oh, in case it's not abundantly clear, that is not my style of champion there. He's in trouble once again. Gets seated up, but he has reinforcements. Predator Gragas. Gragas coming in. There's so much damage on the wall side. Like, he will go down, and Death Realm jumped onto Panda. This Gragas not really able to have the impact they were hoping for. And Enchanted Closer Arrow doesn't do much. They will get killed in the Dark Spice. Panda is online with this Katarina. The assassin. The Death Blossom is beautiful to behold there. Put it in a garden, as this is a 3-1-1 Katarina.
How much does this game remind you of solo queue? Like, sure, yes, you have some really good champions in terms of tournament-style champions. Mordekaiser, Volibear, Victor, Ezreal, Morgana, standard stuff. But then you see a Katarina mid, and it's a 3-1 at 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's very solo queue-esque is what we're seeing here. But hey, if you can make it work, you can get away with anything. That's the joy. If you can play, that's the joy of League of Legends. It doesn't matter how out of the meta a champion is. If you can play them well enough, you can carry the game. And we're seeing that with this Katarina. She's not meta in a competitive sense. She's an assassin that is so vulnerable to crowd control, it's astronomically hilarious. But it's working because Panda isn't getting caught by the crowd control. He's, outside of the one gank where he wasn't ready for the Volibear to come out from behind him, he's usually quite careful about finding his openings to go in with the Death Blossom.
And,
oh, here we go. Panda in bot lane. There is no Black Shield in place for that one. You can't Black Shield yourself if you don't see it coming. Fun fact of the day, Tico.
Yeah, you can't Black Shield yourself if you're dead either, so...
Also that.
Yeah, and topside doing topside things. Ward save lives doing ward save lives. He might have... No, he won't.
Yeah, look at the build. If he wanted to go for the kills, there will be a Titanic Hydra. Or at least the Tiamat components in there for the Shen. Shen has full acknowledgement that this game's entire purpose around him is he's not getting the kills. He is pressuring, and he is being annoying. That is his goal this game.
And he's got Happy Feet to dodge everything the Mordekaiser wants to throw out. However, Dark Spice has been spotted out on a ward. He does have his taunt up, so he can go right over the wall or use the blasting cone. He's waiting.
Oh, that's not the direction you want to be going, mate. You may get a kill out of this one. He does in this situation, but press the attack coming out from the volley there should be more than enough. Watch Save Lives hasn't... Wow, gets out alive thanks to a roam coming out from Panda.
Well, that was a really well... I mean, Ward Save Lives did that beautifully. He messed with the brain of Dark Spice. And Dark Spice, he tried to go around the wall. He's like, which way? Is he actually going to take the blasting cone? No, he's not. But is he? No, he's not. But is he? He didn't. And he went on to Mordekaiser. And he turned that around, and he managed to live off the back of that. So they get the priority dragon, they get the Rift Herald, and they can take this game away quite easily. And I don't know if there's too much Canberra College can do about this right now. They have to scale.
Yeah, but there's a teleport coming in, though. They are looking for something in this situation. A counter teleport as well will zone away the bot lane. This is an ambitious one from the Katarina. Can she make it work? Gets one, gets CC down. But the Shen arriving keeps her alive for long enough to arrive the Shen and the teleport to the fight as they are trying to back away now. Death Realm coming out as well to try to buy a little bit of time. But now they re-engage coming from Canberra College of the volley bear. But Ward Save Live is too damn tanky. Not going down just hitting that Panda on the front line. He is vulnerable. Force the flash into the back line there. 2 triple rise missing in that situation. That a beautiful terror from the Karma does force the disengage, and there will be nothing more coming out from Canberra College, who started the fight, won the fight, and burnt the TPs from Kingsgrove High School.
Yeah, but now we do see the Rift Herald being used in the mid lane. Got quite a few platings, no one there to deal with it just yet, but Panda will not be able to secure this turret to open up the map. However, they are still quite a bit ahead, and they should be able to utilize this gold on top of Panda to be able to bring him even further into this game.
And the way that they are playing around Kingsgrove, that was a really odd setup, in my opinion at least. In that you're throwing like, I understand the teleport out of Panda from the mid lane may have been a bit more instinctive, like, oh god, my team needs me, I need to go. But throwing your Katarina into basically 3 members, even with a Shen ultimate, is risky, because while the Shen ultimate may keep them alive, they're still going to get caught by the crowd control. So...
He's been doing that all game.
I just noticed it there. It finally clicked that that's what he's been doing. But I feel like Katarina is great as cleanup or ambush, not as an initiation, because there's a lot of crowd control that can and will stop her from doing her thing.
Ward Saves Lives, takes a little bit of damage. It's fine. He's got a Spectre's Cowl, got a Bomby Sinner. Potentially doesn't want to take this fight, though.
Careful, gotta back away. Flash is available for both of them. Oh, not able to match the Shadow Dash there. Gets that alive as Death Blood is blocked in the middle lane. Immediate flash from Bean Eater will get him out alive.
Oh no.
But Gragas is hungry for a kill. The explosive flash, never mind. Not even explosive clap needed. Just flash body slam, nice and easy.
Yeah, and we do see Panda making sure that that Dark Spice is not going to be able to get anywhere near his fellow Panda friend, however.
Ooh, a fight coming on here. Reinforcements as Dark Spice. He was trying to get a pick off onto the Katarina there. Not able to do so. And again, Panda from Gragas, super proactive, and this is kind of what you need out of him. You want him to play proactive, you want him to play aggressive, because that's what's gotten you last game's win, and that will be a good step forwards to winning this game as well. Misclick?
We don't talk about that. We do, however, see Panda coming towards the ball lane and some potential dive coming out.
That is a weird-looking shark, Tico, is what that is.
Well,
because I can hear the Jaws music already.
Sharp Blade is going to get spotted out by a ward. Dark Spice is in there as well.
They do get a catch-off into that. They're trying to engage. Oh, Katarina is so low. She's going to be careful. She chooses to go in with the shield coming out of the shed. Not able to get the kill there. Yes, they finally was. Dark Spice was a bit too deep. Chaos Storm not able to lock down a member. Ward Saves Life going into the backline. Is able to get them down. One more hit will get it, but not able to get down the Soul Shackles or the Morgana. Does get out alive without too many problems. They will be forced to disengage coming up from the side of Kingsgrove.
More priority around this dragon. They need to be able to back off, because if they stay around for too long, they might have to give up priority around this dragon.
Yeah, they will be forced to back away for now. Yeah, so Kingsgrove should be able to get easy access to this dragon without too many issues here, in all honesty. But, okay, is that just for harassment?
I think it's just to tell them to go away.
Get out of here, we want the dragon. It's like the ultimate flex.
It's our dragon, and we're gonna use everything in the kitchen sink to be able to take this and get priority. Mountain drag, not gonna be sold this time, unfortunately, but that does mean that we will get to see which soul it will be in the next one, and that will be Infernal. Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of extra damage coming out into the rift, and you gotta say, Katarina is so happy to see an Infernal dragon on Summoner's Rift. Because that is just more burst going to be coming out of her. And Gragas, Ashe, I think the only person who maybe isn't too happy about that is the Karma, just because Karma can't do much with it. Because it's like, look at all the damage. Oh, wait, I've got a Mikhail's Crucible. Damn it.
Yeah, but it still adds a little bit of extra oomph onto her Qs, and just to make sure she deals a little bit more damage. Just a tiny bit. But that is insinuating that Kingsgrove North High School do pick up the Infernal Dragon Soul.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because, I mean, well, we don't know that just yet. There's so much time. There's 10 minutes before Dragon Soul spawns.
Well, the reason I'm confident in saying that is because when you look at the state of the game, 5,000 gold currently in favor of Kingsgrove North. They have been playing very proactively here, and not getting caught out of position, please. Oh, well, I'm trying to make a point that saying your team is doing really, really well. Instead, you're getting caught out of position. You're somehow going to die in this position, and the flanking teleport from the Victor means that Panda is going to die as well. I was trying to say before the caster cast came in, clearly, that they were playing really well around the map, and that they were focusing on objectives of those Dark Fires is going to go down here. Forced to run. Explosive cast gets the kill nice and easily there. Katarina just straight up dies here because she walked into a Dark Binding, and another teleport. Kingsgrove has kind of lost their mind.
Yeah, but also the fact that Canberra College, they wasted 2 teleports for that. So that does mean they alleviate some global pressure just because they want to.
I mean, they got 3 kills out of it at the end of the day. They got a shutdown onto the Katarina.
Yeah, but the teleport from the Mordekaiser was a little bit late off the back of that, so I think they could have kept that teleport up on Anthos, but that's besides the point. Doesn't matter. Time's up. Panda is seeing what he can do against.
Oh, I tried to predict the arcane shift there so hard. You got to respect him for the attempt. He's going to continue this. This feels maybe a bit overconfident. He hasn't got the ulti. The cleanse isn't going to stop much. The Dark Binding on the turnaround here, this could actually be pretty big. That United coming in will not matter as the shutdown 350 gold additional dented over to Minotom.
Okay, so here's the problem that Kingsgrove North High School are now running into. They are getting caught out. They do not have enough vision to play around this bot side consistently. They need to go for other objectives, whether it be top turret. I would like to see them do a lane swap, because we haven't seen a lane swap yet. 3 games and we haven't seen a lane swap between top and bot. So I do want to see them... actually, we saw one of them in game 1 with an R down to the bot side. But I still do want to see Panda and Oo up at the top side getting some gold into their back pocket. Dragon isn't spawning for another 2 minutes. They have some time to get that going.
Yeah, so in a way you would expect those sort of positions, but right now Shen, with the teleport, does make the most sense to me, at least, to go topside. It does mean, however, that Kingsgrove need to maybe play a little safer, because they are playing recklessly aggressive, and getting, as it rightfully punished, is the best way to word that one. Dark Shield. Oh no, that Dark Binding is a disastrous miss. That's going to be Potato falling. Zhonya's is popped, but it will not buy anything as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow locks him down to his death.
That was a well-timed Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I mean, you have to play this game long enough to... I mean, you don't have to time the stopwatch, but if you get the perfect timing, you know you've been playing League of Legends for too long. If you can sense when the stopwatch finishes.
You can also track it if you click on the champion.
True. You
can actually follow the cooldown and seeing a fight on the top half. Dark Spice is trying to buy a little bit of time, but it's 4 members up against 2 here. Canberra College need to disengage. They need to run for their lives. But Predator means that Dark Spice will not be making it out of this situation alive. They may keep their mid laner, but they're losing their jungler. Never mind, the mid laner gets caught by the Cheddar Dash and will fall as well.
power of Sunfire Cape. It's basically a second Infernal Drake Soul, but around the entire champion. It's great. That's what Shen does with his Sunfire Cape. When you land a taunt, he does so much damage. And they are doing an early Baron. They have so much priority around this one. And once again, they're going for a trade-off.
I actually really do like this pickup here because it's going to take you a while to burn through this Baron. Then you have to recall. You will not get there for the first dragon from Canberra College. But that's Canberra College's first dragon. That's not the end of the world because now you have Baron. You have the ability to take all of the tier 2 turrets that Canberra College have left available to themselves, and that is so much standing gold on the map. Then you recall, you deal with the next dragon when it spawns in 5 minutes time, and everything is solved for you. But you need to not be overcautious. You need to be overzealous here. Yeah, the disengage coming out of Canberra College is good.
Yeah, we saw that Anthos did not want to use his flash. He was waiting at the back of the pit. And Kingsgrove North High School, they're like, yeah, look, dude, you're gonna have to flash away from this one or else you're going to die. So they force that one away from him, but
Okay, so the game state's kind of chilling out. We had a bit of chaos before, and now everything does appear to be stabilizing itself out a little bit here. With Baron secured, again, we expect the tier 2s to start crumbling because Baron push is just really difficult to deal with. And Katarina, oh wait, look at the minimap, Tico. I'm seeing 3 people coming up for this Katarina. This could be a disaster if they overstay their welcome.
Okay, he needs to run. Panda needs to run. Run, Panda. Goes golden.
Stopwatch, that's maybe... Oh, actually, no, it was really good because it bought time for the other Panda to show up, almost one-shotting the Ezreal in that situation. There's the disengage coming through now as Darkspy tries to run. Stan United coming through onto Panda as well. They can follow through with a re-engaged intention kiss arrow not connecting, but it does not matter there. Despite everything, Canberra College's attempt to gank failed, and they lose the mid-tier 2 as a cost.
A really well-played game coming out from Kingsgrove. They get priority around this first-tier turret topside, which is what I love to see. Their bot lane has rotated an attempted taunt onto Bean Eater, but not going to land. They do have Baron empowered minions, as we talked about before. They have so much priority around these objectives, and they should be able to do it.
Yeah, this will crumble as well, leaving to the ground. Tier 2s are falling. Last tier 2 is now sitting on the bot half of the map. I expect a recall. You can then set up down there. You should be good to go without too many issues there. And Kingsgrove are playing this really cleverly. Really clever. There you go. They're sitting at about, 7,000 gold advantage. They've been playing really proactive with their jungler. Once again, their mid lane is popping off. Their marksman is more than happy with this Ashe 3-item crit build. Things are looking really good for Kingsgrove here. They should... I say should because I've cursed enough games as it is, be able to take over this game and, secure it by crushing the Nexus.
Okay, so I'm going to admit, for the first time in my entire life, just kidding, that I was wrong. And I know, gasp. Panda isn't building tank. Sad.
No, of course he isn't. It's Gragas nowadays. Jungle Gragas has a simple life. He's a simple farmer, which is he goes in, he deletes he deletes one of your carries, and then he dies, or he Zhonya's, and then he disengages. Living or dying is irrelevant to him. If he takes someone out with him, it's worthwhile for him. That is Gragas in a nutshell. And with the help of the Zhonya's, it's going to be a lot harder for him to die as well, because of course you've got that time of immunity.
Yeah, well, they have now sent the Katarina up towards the top side. She's got teleport, so she can join the rest of her team if they do decide to do so. And she does have priority over Bean Eater because, she can 1v1 that relatively easily. Unless Brain...
Bean Eater's build's really odd to me. He's gone straight into a death cap a second?
He needs that AP.
He needs that AP, I suppose. Yeah, it's just a little bit odd. Most Victors, typically Victors, I see go into the Iceborne Gauntlet, the Lichbane, sorry. You have a Sheen variation. That works really nicely because it works around all of your abilities really well. You can usually juggle it quite nicely, and your Q, not beautiful. But instead, he just says he needs the raw damage output of that death cap, and I'll see if that one's able to net itself priority in the next fight, because again, just a little bit of an odd build coming out of Bean Eater. It can work. It definitely does the damage output. It's just a little bit odd to see because he's really lacking in cooldown reduction right now.
Yeah, he definitely does need to pick up some cooldown reduction. But on the flip side, he's got quite a bit of damage. Now that he's picked up his Rabbiden's Death Cap, he will be chunking quite a bit out of the carries, whether it be the Katarina, whether it be the Ashe.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, but they are still going to get a deletion on the enemy top laner there. Stand United used as well, as if to prove a point here. Bean Eater should be able to hold this wave, but Death Blossom dropped out nice and early, jumping in from behind the gravity field. But it does not matter. Panda may have made a little bit of an oopsies here, jumps around to the side, not able to make this one work, and the arrival of the enemy jungler does give up the dragon for a kill.
Yeah, well, he does alleviate some pressure for the rest of his team. They pick up the Infernal Dragon, giving them Dragon Soul. They've got the Mountain Drake as well as the Ocean Drake, so they have quite a bit of priority when it comes to those team fights or when they go sieging, which is what they seem to be doing. They seem to be playing more of a macro game than what we've seen in the previous 2 games, which is a really good change of pace.
Yeah. Sorry. As coming into here now, 28 minutes sitting on the clock. I'm really worried for Canberra College here, Tico. And the reason I say that is not just because it's a 6,000 gold advantage in favor of Kingsgrove, but it's the way they're getting to this lead. They did it last game, they did it this game. Proactive jungler compared to a very passive jungler. And the proactivity has netted themselves a massive lead, a jungle advantage specifically, through the dragons. Now, yes, they have been able to stick, they traded the one Infernal Dragon for a Baron buff, and that was a really clever trade by whoever made that decision. But now you're reaching the point in the game where Canberra College are going to be forced to do stuff like this, set up ambushes around the objectives, and unless they delete someone, for example, like the Ashe, I just don't see what it's meant to be resulting. Like, they need to delete someone here, and instead they get nothing.
Look, they tried. And there's a bit of vision set up around this Baron, so it's not going to be an easy take coming out from Kingsgrove. But they've put Ward Save Lives down on the bot side. He should be able to take a tier 1 or apply some pressure, tier 2, or apply some pressure onto the tier 2, alleviating some pressure around this Baron, which means they can afford to pick up some vision around here as well. And Ward Save Lives just needs to walk away.
Walks away just fine. He's a level up onto the Mordekaiser. And, oh, look at this. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands. Not going to work there. Made beautiful back shield, but they will be deleting onto the Victor. He goes down. The Death Cap now useless to him as Shen onto the back line is enough. Double TP coming into the side. And Katarina Shadow Skin and Death Blossom tears them apart. And this is Canberra College running for the hills. They're going to fall. All 5 members shall die. For the Death Realm is no safe place for you, Mordekaiser. You will die to the explosive cast from the dragons. And with members dead, 20 seconds on death time as they go, this could be game number 3.
It could definitely be as well. They got tanky enough members to be able to tank those turrets as well as the minions, but it looks like War Save Lives will be the one to do so. And they are rushing this down. They should be able to take this, and game 3 goes over to Kingsgrove North High School, a 2-for-1 lead in a series of a best of 5.
A massive step forwards here, and they won the same way they did last game. Proactive jungle movement taking over the entirety of the game. It's a fantastic way to utilize a brilliant jungler, which is what they have access to. What worries me, Tico, is the way to deal with a proactive jungler who is taking over the game like that is to nullify his impact. And you can do that through one of like 3 ways. The first way is most obviously pick a proactive jungler and match them blow for blow. The second, hide under your turrets and pray. And the third is what I think is the least likely to do, and yet I think the most effective, which is the ability to successfully track the enemy jungler. That is through invading the enemy jungle and dropping wards. We haven't seen any of that kind of proactivity at all this series, which is why I don't expect it from Canberra College. But I think it's probably their best hope to stop Panda from running over them with his junglers.
Yeah, well, as I was saying from game 1, Kingsgrove North High School, they've set up vision really well around the river, and Canberra College, they haven't been doing the same thing. Kingsgrove, as soon as they get more control around Summoner's Rift, they get more vision deeper and deeper into the enemy jungle. Canberra College, even though they won game 2, we didn't see as much vision coming out from them in terms of getting into the enemy jungle, making sure that they leave wards in as soon as they have to back off, getting some advantages over these objectives. And I do think that Canberra College, they do need to step up their game in terms of vision, in terms of getting their lane advantage, just to be able to get some invades going for the sole reason of dropping wards and dropping vision.
Exactly. Well, guys, that is game number 3 wrapped up for the New South Wales Regional Finals. That is a 2-1 favour now of Kingsgrove. They've got one more game to go, and they will win the New South Wales region. Will they be able to make it a 3-1, or will Canberra College clap back and take us to game number 5? Only time will tell, guys. Game number 4 is right around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
Potty pusses.
Dad.
Bring your family together. Optus Family Plan with 4 SIMs and 250 gigs of data to share.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Meta Regional Playoffs for New South Wales here. My name is Ewan Midnight Reed, joined once again for our fourth game here by Benjamin Tico Lee. We, of course, have Canberra College going up against Kingsgrove North High School for a very exciting game number 4. Yes, it's a demon! Twitch chat immediately called me out on it.
Yeah.
Game number 4 is going to be very important here because last 2 games Kingsgrove have won, I wouldn't say very convincingly, but in a very clear style, which is get their jungler something proactive and play through him to get the lanes ahead. Coming into the 4th game, there is no way Canberra College haven't identified this as a win condition, so what are they going to do in preparation as a counter to game number 4? We came up with a few ideas at the end of game number 3. It's time to find out what do they have in store for us, Tico.
Don't pick Mordekaiser, ban out all of Ward Save Lives champions, and make sure that Panda in the mid lane is also banned out. But I don't think they have enough ban slots to be able to take out every single one of those champions. Because even though Ward Save Lives, he got target banned with 4 of those bans, he was still able to bring out the AP Gragas and absolutely smash his way through the rest of the jungle.
Yes, and finally we're seeing that adaptation. All right, we can't ban out the jungler. We're not even going to try it. Let's get rid of the lanes. The Shen is finally gone, Tico. And that now raises the question, do you ban the Mordekaiser? If you don't, what do you have in store for Ward Save Lives that can deal with the Mordekaiser that isn't Gnar? Because Gnar wasn't brilliant last time in game number 1, let's be honest.
No, but they still managed to win a game off the back of that. But yeah, no, you're right. Don't pick Gnar. I do think that there are still enough counters to Mordekaiser to let that one through. And even though even though they took a ban away from Ward Save Lives in the top lane, that means that there's one less ban slot to take away from Panda as well as Panda.
And the question is, what are they going to elect that? Is this going to be the ban thrown at Panda in the jungle with Kane that we did see banned last game? Or is it going to be something else? That is the real question. They're taking their time with this ban here because they have to really debate. Kane is the problem we know. What is the problem we don't know that we're going to have to deal with? And instead, wow, going for the Kaiser instead. Not what I was expecting given what we saw last game.
Okay. So that does mean that Ward Save Lives has more options to go with here. And we know he's dangerous. We know he is very dangerous. Sorry, not Ward Save Lives. Panda in the jungle. We know he is dangerous with a lot of champions. They've left the Gragas open. That worked in the previous game. They've left the Kayn open. That worked as well. And they've decided to go with the Mordekaiser again.
I'm starting to question if this Mordekaiser is more of a crutch than a help coming in here for the side of Canberra College. I don't think the top lane plays anything else. And yes, I understand the importance of comfort. But there is a point where first picking the Mordekaiser is starting to become a problem for the team. Because the Mordekaiser, again, it's safe, it's reliable, but there are so many other options that could have just a bigger impact. So, I'm not a fan of it. It does its job well, but I would love to see what else Canberra College have for this top half of the map.
Look, I mean, he has got quite a few games, because OP.GG, he's got quite a few games on Mordekaiser. Well, mainly, he is a Mordekaiser, yes, 100%. But he's also got some games on Volibear. He's also got some games on Shen. Got a couple games on Darius as well as Swain and Ornn. He is not someone that doesn't have a different champ pool. He's just the Mordekaiser main.
Fair enough then.
I think it comes down to comfort for him, and I think he thinks that he is probably going to perform his best on Mordekaiser, no matter the matchup.
Whoa. Sorry to jump there, Tico. I was going to talk about Darius and the Mordekaiser and see how that's going. Yasuo. That's either a blind Yasuo mid, or we're seeing a cheeky bot lane coming out, like Yasuo Alistar.
Yeah, or a Yasuo Nautilus, Yasuo Blitzcrank all work for a single target, or yeah, Yasuo and Nautilus. I love that combination. Seen it before. These guys are amazing. What's even better would be a Yasuo or Rakan, but still, this is heavy lockdown. And if we see that Yasuo in the bot lane, as I assume it might be, it's a potential flex, but I would love to see this Yasuo in the bot lane, just so that they could get so much priority down there that I don't know if an Ash Karma can deal with it.
I don't think they can. And immediately, like, all right, we need more disengage quickly, boys. So they're grabbing themselves the Janna. I really like that. Mostly. I still think maybe a Morgana could be pretty good here as well, as a way to stop the Nautilus engage and the knockup. But I suppose Janna, Queen disengage should be fine to go there. Next gen of bans again, nothing too surprising coming out here. The Kane slaps down as well as the Court.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit surprised that they didn't put priority onto the picks for Panda in the jungle, but it doesn't matter. He's got a huge champion. He should be fine. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban away Gragas in this last round of bans, just so that they can take away some options from Panda in the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know he can play it. You know he does it damn well. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't ban it away here, unless there is a particular mid laner that you're really afraid of to be coming out. Like maybe one like Zed, we've seen Katarina. We know that Bean seems to be running to a Victor. Do you get rid of the Katarina?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. So that tells us that Victor's coming in for Bean 100%. So you lock in your jungler here. Alright, predictions is going to be something like a Lee Sin. Something aggressive, something to get this Darius ahead.
I don't think Lee Sin he is really comfortable in. And I mean, yeah, aggressive, 100%. Rengar, one of the main assassins that you want to pick out if you want to go, hey, that's your 80 carry. That's an 80 carry no longer because he's gone in 0.2 seconds. Or 0.02 seconds as I've dealt with before, even though the Rengar wasn't really fed. Anyway.
You're having flashbacks. See what happens when a marksman main has to complement assassins. They see the assassin, and all they have in their mind is that you have been slain. Audio line playing in their head. Okay, not a Victor, but just as susceptible to assassins, Veigar is coming to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, he picks that one up. It's a little bit better going into a Rengar this time around because he can put up his cage around him, and if a Rengar decides he wants to jump in, he just gets stopped by the event horizon. So he should be relatively safer when it comes to being susceptible to Rengar ganks, especially because there's a huge indicator that Rengar uses his ultimate. There's a huge indicator that he's near you, and there's also a huge indicator saying, hey, he's jumping on you. So
there is one slight caveat to that I would like to raise as a defense for the Rengar, which is last game he was running Predator Gragas. When Gragas is nearby, you can usually tell he's nearby because you see the Predator noise. You hear the Predator noise. You see the giant thing above your head, and then you see a fat man running at you at Mark 3 being like, I'm coming for you, boy! And it's terrifying. So it's the same idea of the Gragas in that you know he's coming for you. I just question how much will Canberra College be able to do to stop the kitty cat, because you can kind of see Gragas as he runs at you. Rengar, you just kind of have to assume which direction he's coming at you from.
Yeah, but one thing that will be... Okay, no, I got mixed up. One thing that will be a little bit concerning is that Panda doesn't have too many targets. He might focus Yasuo, but if Yasuo has his passive up, if he's got a shield, that's not going to be an easy delete from Panda. He has to focus the Veigar, and I wouldn't be surprised if Veigar builds Zhonya's Hourglass.
It would make complete sense in this situation. How else are you meant to deal with the Rengar? Because the answer that I thought of when I first started playing Veigar, which was, oh, there's something coming to me, drop the baby cage, the event horizon around me, it doesn't work. Because the Rengar waits for the cooldown, it drops, and then you realize, oh god, that my HP has also dropped.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Zhonya's is pretty much going to be mandatory for Veigar. I just don't know if it's going to save him, because if Veigar doesn't become an option, then Yasuo will become the primary target for this Rengar. And yes, he can be quite tanky with his passive shield, as well as the likes of his Phantom Dancer shield. But if Rengar's 11-3, it's that those shields aren't going to stop the Angry Kitty Cat.
I do, however, like Canberra College's lineup. Because they have so much tankiness on their side. One thing that I have to say though is that they lack a lot of range. When you look at the likes of Kingsgrove North High School, they have Ashe, they have Janna, they have quite a few abilities that allow them to keep their distance. And if they do decide, yeah, we're going to get into melee range and we're going to go out for an all-out team fight, all they really need to do is set up a front-to-back team fight composition, make sure that the Ashe has peel so that the Yasuo, so that Volibear and Yasuo doesn't get on top of her, and then Janna can do that quite well. I mean, Morgana can do that really well as well, but disengage, in terms of disengage primarily, all they really need to do is set up Ashe in a front-to-back team fight composition, make sure that Janna is right behind her to make sure that no one is able to get on top of her, and then off the back of that, they should be able to get that damage going. Rengar goes onto the back line, Veigar gets deleted, and now Canberra College have no way of taking down those tanks.
And what I kind of love here for the mid lane is the Galio. And the reason I love the Galio is because he does two jobs at the same time. If Rengar dives forward, Galio can follow. With, of course, his hero's entrance, Kitty Cat jumps in and is like, all right, I need help here, guys. Galio slams down in. If Ashe is in danger, he can go babysit Ashe as well. So there's a lot of versatility coming out of the mid lane here for the side of Kingsgrove North. We are about to dive into our fourth game of this best of 5 series, guys. Kingsgrove North take this. They will win the New South Wales regional finals, guys. Don't go anywhere as we are about to kick off our fourth game here over at Meta. And game number 4, guys, is about to kick underway. Canberra College and Kingsgrove North butting heads for what could potentially be the final time, Tico. If Kingsgrove North wins this game, they will win themselves the New South Wales regional finals here. And well, we'll see, can they do that as they are being invaded at the level 1.
Yeah, well, looks like Canberra College, they want to take an early advantage, and Nautilus Hook does go a little bit wide, so they won't be able to get any picks there. But, I mean, if they're going to take this game back, they do need to have some proactivity.
And that kind of move there isn't the be-all, end-all of, if they get a kill, they've won the game, and if it goes disastrously, they've lost the game. The idea was, let's get some vision down. If we can get a pick, fantastic. If not, we know exactly where this Rengar is. We talked about jungle tracking and its importance at the end of last game. This is step one to jungle tracking. You now know for absolute certainty that Rengar is starting on his rep buff. And you'll have, hopefully, an estimated time when he gets to his blue. And that should at least stop you from falling victim to any early kitty cat shenanigans.
But it does show us that Kingsgrove want to put some more priority around the spot side, making sure that Yasuo Nautilus doesn't start to scale, start to snowball the spot lane, because we know Ashe Janna, not as much priority over Nautilus Yasuo. Yeah, they might have some range advantage, but when you get to level 3, Yasuo starts dashing everywhere. There's not too much that Panda and OO can do down in the bot side, except for disengage.
And that's kind of, it is a bit annoying in a way to be like, oh god, we just gotta run away from the Yasuo. But Yasuo's in bot lane always seem to get particularly fed early on. And you just want to play safe. Yes, you may be a little behind where you want to be, but it's much better than trying to play aggressive in this lane and then realizing Yasuo is 5-0 and I don't know how I've died twice in this lane here. I was just looking at top lane, wards, save lives, different champion, and seems to be faring fine for now, given he's running the typical Darius "I'ma kill you" build with the ghost instead of the teleport.
With Potato taking quite a bit of damage down on the bot side as well. The disadvantages of being a level down as well as having a melee versus range matchup. But, I mean, we're saying it before, we're going to say it again. Level 3 is where the Yasuo Nautilus starts to be able to, if they play it aggressively, they should be able to start matching up and push this Ashe Janna back to where they belong.
And when they get to that position, Ashe Janna are going to have to really be careful, because if they're pushed up, to example, in the position they're in now, they could easily just get run down and killed, because their minions will come in and Yasuo's like, oh, hey, look, more dashes available to me, I'll take it. So we'll see how that safety goes. They are yet to hit level 3 and are down 12 CS. Again, it's a bit of a rough start for them in the early game. As a check on our kitty cat jungler here out of Panda is on the bottom half of the map, securing himself a Scuttle Crab. No jungler have butt heads yet, but I suspect that won't be the tale for long.
Yeah, but we also see Panda in the mid lane put some vision around in that jungle, potentially looking to see if they can get any priority over Dark Spice, getting Panda a little bit further ahead. But Dark Spice is showing his face in the river. He does have priority around that Scuttle Crab, but can't do anything up in this top side.
Oh no, his top lane is simply pushed far too much. This could be a disastrous time to engage, because Kitty Cat is behind, Rengar is behind them, but it will not net anything too much more than a little bit of poke and harassment in the bottom lane.
Beaneater.
Yeah, mid lane, Beaneater gets a bit of damage down. Panda quite happy with that one. He's going to wait for his cooldowns and then rinse and repeat again. Makes a lot of sense there. And Dark Spice is in a bit of an awkward position where he wants to be being proactive. He knows he needs to be before Rengar becomes relevant, but he's not exactly sure where he needs to be looking. His top laner was overpushed. He's now moving around the map, and that's the ghost coming out. That should be an easy pickup on the top lane. Wards saves lives. The man who's been bullied all series finally gets his day in the light.
Yeah, and while we were looking up the top side, there was a gank attempt in the mid lane. Dark Spice, he did come in for the gank onto Panda, onto Galio. Did force a flash out of that, but he did manage to escape from that. Is going to teleport back to the lane. And, I mean, just carry on the rest of his lane like he usually does.
Exactly. Flash down is not, not brilliant, but it's not exactly the end of the world for the likes of a Galio. He's mobile enough that he should be able to keep himself relatively safe in this mid lane from the Volibear ganks. They're both recalling now. This top lane, Phage to 2 cloth armors, Tico. Darius is a snowball champion. This is already really alarming, because if Mordekaiser can't match the pressure that is going to be coming out of the Darius. Who's meant to recover this lane for him? Because if Volibear comes up, that's just a double kill for Darius.
Yeah, we've all seen those sort of games before. Darius,
I've played too many of them.
it's hard. It is hard, especially when a Darius is already ahead. Like, even if he's 1 kill up, it's still going to be a hard time for the Volibear to come in for a gank, because Mordekaiser and Volibear, not necessarily the highest amount of damage output. And when you don't have a high damage output and you're trying to 2v1 a Darius, all he really needs to do is spin to win, apply some stacks to you, and there is a double kill in the hands of Ward Save Lives.
Exactly, because if you can't burst him, he's got a heal in his kit ready to go. He's just waiting for you to get foolish enough. He slaps you with the apprehend, backs away, slaps you with the demolish, and then you're like, well, crap, he's gone back up to like half HP. I'm bleeding. I've got a headache. I don't like this lane anymore. I want to go back to my jungle. Wow, beautiful hook there coming in there. Minimo will be forced back away though. Not level 6. You have to feel like though, second there's level 6 on the bot side of the map, that's just a dead Ashe, right?
You say that, but I do feel like Janna and Ashe will be getting level 6 beforehand, and that's just a lot of disengage coming out from them.
Oh, well, the disengage has to come out to something here as a very angry bear coming out here. A flash will not save you, Panda. Runs away, says, don't worry, Owo. Get out of here alive. I made my mistake. This is going to be risky. Diving in, immediate exhaust. But the heroic engine's coming out there. Gets one walk up with the teleport coming in for the counter engage. Might be massive as the Galio is able to get a nice man but looked up at the Adventure Horizon. Panda riding on the sidelines, trying to see what he can do. Gets one. The kitty cat is hungry for kills there. And Darkspice forced to flash himself to safety to get him alive.
The amount of damage coming out from Panda already with 3 longswords is just immense. And I love how he utilized his bushes to be able to get and close down that gap. Meanwhile, up in the top side, pull for pull.
This is about what you expect here. Level 6 is level 7. Because the Death Realm's available, I was about to say, Death Realming the Darius once he's kind of tower diving, you would actually be pretty good for you because you get the bonus stats and everything, but there is no way that Ward Saves Lives does something that foolish. Like, I've seen some Darius have been like, oh yeah, I'm 2-1, I'm gonna, 1v3 tower diving. You're like, bruh, you're 1v3 with like 1 item. Chill. So hopefully he doesn't get too ambitious, but a flash coming forward there. Ghost as well. See if the hand can pull him away. Gets the healing, gets the speed up from the Phage, a couple more hits. He needs to get at least 1 more hit. No, Guillotine's way too early in this situation. And over ambition coming through. It does get the bleed kill at the end of the day, but that could have gone so much worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, he had his passive. He didn't really need to stick around to take an extra turret shot, but he knows the limitations of his Darius. He knows what he needs to do to be able to turn that into his favor. He did so beautifully, and takes another kill up in the top side, has a 200 gold bounty on top.
There we are, the level 6 combo coming out. Ashe, the Janna, trying to save her carry as much as they can. A beautiful tornado actually was enough. I feel like Oru wasn't paying attention for half a second, and that is, of course, the half a second where your marksman somehow nearly dies, and you're like, come on, again? Seriously? I just want to look at the items for like half a second.
I can just imagine Panda's in chat. He's spamming, oh whoa, please help.
No, it was like, wait, I'm taking a look at my items. Give me half a second, dude. Does eventually save them though, and that is the hunt coming out from Rengar, looking for the Volibear, not able to get the kill there. Jumping in on out to the Vigar, a couple more stabs will do it, but doesn't have the cooldowns available. Will be forced to disengage as Yasuo has roamed his way up to that side of the map there. Maybe I'll turn that around. Is the camera very happy to watch the 2 top laners duke it out there. Darius getting slammed down by the mace, but oddly, in the skirmish, nobody dies.
No, and we do see some priority of vision around this next dragon. Canberra College, they're gonna get spotted out by the Ashe just during their rotation. They should be able to back away from this one. But we're talking about how this ball lane is a really good disengage ball lane. It's working out really well. But what I want to see coming out from Minitom is a lot more aggression. He's got minions. He's got dashes. What he needs to do is stack up. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, talk about it a bit later as this Mordekaiser is in a little bit of bother here. Death Ram not available. Not that it is going to matter. The kill is going to be donated over to Panda there. I love that they left that for the assassin of Rengar.
Well, I mean, yeah, he definitely needs them. And it's also the fact that if you want to keep it even between Ward Save Lives and Panda, just keep it 2-0. And that's what they did. And they put more gold in his pocket, and he's an assassin. You want to get as much gold income onto him as possible so that he can start backlining and diving on the backline. Just say, hey, let's delete this guy.
Well, he's got 3 stacks now of his... Rengar still has his bone tooth necklace, right? Is that still a thing?
Yeah, still.
Okay, he still has that. I remember a while it used to be like a trinket, and now it isn't anymore, and now I think it's just like it's passive or something like that. I don't play Rengar in case it isn't apparently obvious. But he's got 3 out of his 5 bone tooth necklaces ready to go. I'm pretty sure he still has to get a kill on someone in the bot lane, unless I'm mistaken, and of course the enemy jungler. So expect them to be soon on the hit list.
Ooh. Oh, look, War Save Lives would have been fine. But still, it's always that last second recall.
I wasn't worried for Ward Save Live. I was worried for Anthros and his Mordekaiser.
Oh.
Because if he stops that recall, Ward Save Live stops him from living.
Yeah. Sends him to a gray screen and says, hey, it is now Gray Screen Simulator for you.
Yeah, so... Because look at this Darius is going for a fun build, though. He's not going for a Trinity Force. He is electing to go for the Cleaver here. I do like it to a degree because there is another cloth armor sitting in Anthros's inventory, which I assume is going towards something along the lines of a Ninja Tabe. So he's saying, all right, stack all the armor you want as the combo comes through once again. The disengage of the Monsoon and the Tornado is more than enough. But the arrival of the Volley Bet might be able to, as they disable the turret. Owo just cannot get out of there alive. But the Reinforcements of the Rengar does get it one. Panda arriving on the backside as well. Can they get the Shield of Duran taunt down? Not onto the priority target. Not that it matters. With the double kill going over to the Rengar. 4-0-1. This is a solo queue nightmare.
A great counter gank coming out from Panda in the jungle. And I mean, even though Owo did go down, a lot of summoners burned in the bot lane. They were able to turn that one around because of the roam from Panda, because of the roam from other Panda as well. And they just managed to turn that into their favor.
And now talking about the other Pandas turning into their favor, they're going to return to the mid lane. That is going to be a nice income of gold coming in here because of the charge. Boom! There we go. Oh, wow, a beautiful hook here coming out from the Nautilus there. They get the shut down onto the Rengar and down onto the Galio. A double for a Vigar that was struggling a little bit.
They got a little bit greedy with that gold income. They wanted Panda to stick around on the Rengar just to get some more gold income, and they sort of greeted for it, which meant that they had to stick around for that turret gold. 160. It's not as much as they would have liked, but I mean, still definitely some income to be put into Panda. But that does mean that he misses out on, well, he slows down his clear.
It is a bit of a pain in the ass there, but look at the difference in CS between the two junglers as well. A significant chunk of change between the two of them, and I would love to be able to see the gold difference between the two of them as well, because Rengar's done the very typical Rengar thing of just ignoring his jungle item entirely and deciding, yep, I need a Dust Blade, yes, I need Lethality, and I need just a little bit of wave clear with Tiamat. But he's got to be sitting on a solid, what, 2,000 gold more?
Yeah, well, stream might not show it, but just to let you guys know, 6,300 on the Rengar, as well as 4,000 onto the Volibear. Also fighting bot lane.
Yeah, they weren't able to get the Dredge line onto the priority target. They did also force the heroic entrance out of Panda. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available, but that feels a bit on the end. Vigilante, Final Prep now coming up, Teleport's coming through as well. They realize, wait, why are you guys still going in for this fight? I was leaving, I want to go home! Coming out from Panda on the Galio there. And an overstay from Kingsgrove, a miscommunication, call it what you will. It is 3 dead in Kingsgrove's name. 4, because somehow Panda died against Vigar in mid.
Oh, that is not a good turnaround. But, I mean, for Kingsgrove, it's not. But for Canberra College, they are loving this. They've got turret in mid lane. They've got quite a bit of damage in the turret in bot lane as well. But, top side, it does seem like Ward Save Lives is going to be able to take down that first tier turret up in there as well.
Yeah, so trading turrets, top 4, bottom lane. Actually, no, backing away.
Top for mid.
Top for mid there
Yeah.
instead. So not able to make, not most efficient. They could have tried to keep the bottom one a bit more, but hey, nobody's perfect. Am I right, Tico?
Po Buddy's nerfed.
You tried.
Wait, Pobody's nerfed.
What? I don't get what you're trying to do.
Swap. Don't worry. This is just a joke.
Insert the obvious. A prerequisite of a joke, Deco, be it funny.
It was
Coming in here as... Oh, my lord. Okay. That's a Magi Soul Sealer on the Bygot already.
He's
That
4-0.
is confidence coming out.
He is 4-0. I think he can afford it. As
No,
of
he
right
can
now.
afford it. He did buy the item.
Look, that's not what I meant. Don't need you and your silly little jokes, Midnight.
I tried.
Mountain Drake being the next one to spawn. The Scuttle Crab being picked up by Canberra College, so they do have some priority when it comes to the vision around there. But Panda and Panda waiting to jump or sit on someone.
They were spotted out, however, by the Scrying Bloom. So Kingsgrove not able to get the ambush that they were necessarily hoping for. But they will start up the dragon. Everybody is arriving mostly, but oh wait, Mordekaiser's sitting topside. Yeah, he needs to come back down here, or they're gonna have to submit the dragon entirely.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have teleport. It looks like they want to go for the Rift Herald instead of Hell Trade. I mean, fair enough. It does give them a little bit more gold income as well. Panda.
Yeah, Panda should be fine here, realistically. The Ghost, a little bit heartbreaking that didn't work, but the Ghost will be back up very shortly, and the bullying of the Darius will continue.
Yeah, I think they might actually try and get a pincer movement onto Ward Save Flyers, but it doesn't seem like he is going to take that bait.
Oh, talk about taking bait. However, the Ash walking way too far forward here for Panda. Once again, everything being used, but Panda's flashed the wrong way. Oh, it wasn't the wrong way, as a kitty cat has arrived. And Zor's dropped down onto Wilson as he wants to disengage, try to go back in, but he's abandoned Weeb Potato there. The stopwatch maybe a little bit wasted as nobody was coming to save him there. As the tie on the top half of the map, Tugs by trying to do what he can as the film is dropped down. Will save life, also going over the wall here. And he's going to hunt him down. The guillotine is not needed to take down that kill there. But the primordial burst will take down the enemy Darius from the side of Kingsgrove.
Yeah, when it comes to the realm of death, I don't think that Ward Save Lives has too much of priority in that phase. Like, he's 1v1. He took quite a bit of damage. I don't know if that was before or after he got sent into the realm of death, but he managed to juke it out. He had to utilize his flash over the wall and bait out and wait for the cooldowns to return before he was able to regain some health and turn that one around. Had to use out his guillotine as well, just to deal some true damage over to Anthos. But yeah, he did manage to pick up a kill for a kill, so I think that was somewhat worth.
Yeah. The move around the bot side was really well done by Kingsgrove. Oh, Panda might be in trouble. Depth charge not available, but the dredge line does connect. Does get a nice shielded around to force out the taunt. Gets the disengage. Okay. So just posturing for positioning, perhaps, and forcing Panda to recall.
Lots of slows coming out from Bean Eater, though. And I mean, yeah, that's the Vagar build. Go Glacial Augment and build every slow item in the entire game, except for Randu and Zoman, maybe.
What about Blade of the Rune King? Yeah, I was there.
He can build Blade of the Rune King if he wants to. We don't judge in this game. That's a lie. But, you know, he can if he wants.
Why would you be a Blade of the Rune King and not Randu and Zoman, considering the enemy has an Ash?
Hextech Gunblade, let him do it.
Alright, let's do it, boys. Hextech Gunblade on to Bean Eater here. That's what we want to be seeing coming in for the... I say the next fight, it's not going to be set up around the Rift Herald. No one's going to be able to take that one in time. Panda's going to try, but I just don't think the Rengar has enough damage to kill it in the 10 seconds you've got left.
10 seconds.
Oh, the eye was out of there. Actually, they got this.
Come on. I need to watch this.
Yeah, the eye's back out again. That's an easy pick up there.
Nice.
I ate my words in this case, it seems, as...
Beautiful timing.
Rift Herald picked up there. Gotta be careful here, Panda. You are playing with fire on the bot lane. You got no backup. Talk about no backup, though. This sucks to be Anthrobed right now, because he death realmed the angry kitty cat.
Who had Edge of Night.
Oh, he caught him with the Edge of Night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gotta be heartbreaking, that you think, yeah, come on, I might be able to cut this out, and then you realize that you've just nullified it completely, and you're like, why me?
Yeah, so he ulted a Rengar, and for those who don't know, if the Rengar has his Edge of Night, that means the Mordekaiser ult isn't going to go through. The cooldown comes up. and Panda lives to tell another day with Ward Save Lives by his side.
There'll be someone else to live another day here as Panda is finding onto Darkspice, but Darkspice actually happy to find this and says, buddy, you're an assassin, I'm a tank. I'm happy to play this song and dance. Darkspice though might be in trouble when dealing with the likes of Ward Saves Lives, who is more than happy to tear apart tanks there. But they will back away, as in the middle lane, does appear to be that Kingsgrove North are trying to break that tier 1 with the Ashe and Uwu.
Yeah, should be able to do so. They will be able to do so. Take that tier 1, open up the map, get some priority around this next dragon coming up, being the Cloud Drake. That's going to be pretty impactful for some of those ultimates, especially on champions like Panda and Panda and Panda.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Hey, they did this to us. They did this to us.
Yeah, and you're playing along with their game. Sometimes I don't know why I tolerate you, Tico.
Yeah.
As Kingsgrove currently sitting at a 3,000 gold lead, despite even in kills, the turret gold coming in quite nicely here. As an ambush around the dragon could be quite a good setup here. Both teams have their eyes on this objective.
Oh, they definitely want that 10% cooldown reduction on their ultimates. I mean, both teams will greatly benefit from it. Huge ultimates across the board. And if they can lower the cooldown of that, that's definitely going to be a game changer, especially if they can, either one of these sides picking up 30% cooldown reduction on all of their ultimates.
Everyone's waiting for someone else to make the first move. This is like high school romance all over again. You've got to be the one to make the first move, guys. Come on.
Okay, one of those 2 glacial augments have been used by Beaneater. Looks like they're going to have to back away from this one.
Indecision, man. Canberra was so afraid to be the one to make the decision as Panda, don't do it.
No, he's warding them off. He is warding them off the dragon.
Okay.
That's the entire point of that.
I have seen too many Rengars go in on that Southern Engage, Tico, that it worries me greatly when I see a Rengar posturing with his ultimate active.
Well, I mean, it's sort of the rule. If you use an ability, you have to finish it off. It's the same as a Lee Sin Q. You just gotta take it.
And that's why you're not allowed to play Lee Sin anymore, Tico.
Yeah, well, that's because I'm not good at the game. I'm not good at the champion. Doesn't mean I can't use the ability. I'm just saying.
True. But in that case, it was a really good zoning material coming out there from the Rengar. Says, guys, if you want to fight for this objective, I'm happy to fight for you. You just got to be careful. And looking at the build of the Rengar, I don't think anyone really wants to fight him. Like, outside of maybe the like of Darkspice, because he knows he can tank the damage that the Rengar's outputting, it's just a very difficult fight for anybody to go with. So, Kingsgrove, a slower game, perhaps, than we were expecting when they locked in the Rengar, but they've gotten themselves small leads in bits and pieces. Specifically, 4 turrets have netted themselves the 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead they're currently sitting on. But they now need to use this gold lead, because you said before, Tico, Canberra College are fine sitting back and scaling up.
Yeah, well, they definitely are. I mean, you've got the makings of an Infinity Edge on Mini Tom, who will start to be dealing a quite significant amount of damage. Darkspice.
An ambush coming through, a teleport on the backside as well. And the enemy top lane is going to go down very quickly, but get that alive with no HP. The Enchanted Crystal are coming up from the sideline. Get win-walled, and the rest of the team may need to be careful how deeply they want to follow up under a tier 2 turret there, as Panda, forced to disengage on the Galio there. Nice attempt on Kingsgrove, maybe a little bit on the ambitious side of things.
Yeah, Ward Save Lives is going to be able to tank some of those turrets, and they should be able to take this tier 2 as well, being a 4v3. Fire might come out, though.
Yeah, well, the Event Horizon comes out, does lock Ward Save Lives in place. They will go down, pull him in, lock him down, force the flash out of Mizash, trying to do what he can for the back line, gets knocked up. Yasuo not getting to get the priority win wall into that one fight, and now they're locked into place. They're not getting access to the backline, and Canberra College's lack of range is coming in to hurt them. You called it before, Tico. They don't have the range for a team fight, and they get destroyed for it.
Yeah, I was talking about it before. Front-to-back teamfight composition is all Kingsgrove North High School need to do to be able to set up for fights. They did that beautifully. Unfortunate that Panda on the Rengar died, but that's just because he's a melee champion and an assassin. He did his job. He made sure that his backline was left alive, and off the back of that, they should be able to take an inhibitor.
Yeah, the inhibitor will go down. They did lose their top laner, but now walking into the walls of the baby cage, the Ashe, not even that heavily punished, honestly, and will back away here. One inhibitor down. Kingsgrove will have their eyes set on the final two and potentially a Baron very shortly.
Yeah, a lot of DPS coming out from the Ashe now, building towards an Infinity Edge. As a lot more damage does come out. Now, we are seeing the buildings of a Death Stance on Minitom. He's finished his Infinity Edge. He is starting to do quite a bit significant damage, and once he's finished that Death Stance third item, he's going to be a powerful Yasuo to deal with.
But he needs to get there, Tico. We saw in that last fight.
That's why he built the Edge of Night.
Yeah, absolutely. You can lead through the baby cage, no problem. Yeah, you might want to invest in selling that book, buddy.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
think Rengar's gonna allow you to complete that one.
So here's how you outplay it as Bean Eater. As soon as you see that ultimate being popped, you need to use your Twin Shadows and then your Baby Cage. Twin Shadows to take away the Edge of Night, and your Baby Cage to stop him from completing his jump, or else you are dead.
Well, we saw what happens when you don't do it, you die. We saw it very quickly. Look at this man! He's basically 1v4, like, yeah, this is fine, they can engage on me. I'm gonna get a massive 3-man taunt coming in here for the rest of the team here. Owo locked inside the Death Run will not be able to fight disengage the Penta, but it does not matter, as he is now forced to run away. They've abandoned Penta on the Galio, but the enemy top lane is dead. Chances her arrow on to the likes of these. Into that line, Pan is trying to save himself safe. He's able to keep himself safe on the back line. The side of Canberra are now running for the life. They lose this fight, they lose the game. A beautiful 2-man Penta from Panda. That is it. That is done and dusted. Kingsgrove North, a slower fourth game without a sliver of a doubt, but they are demolishing Canberra College nonetheless. The baby cage to buy time, but an angry kitty cat's coming for you, guys. You gotta hide under your
fountain.
Hide in your fountain. It's the only place for you right now as your base shatters and your chances in the regional finals for New South Wales falls apart. Kingsgrove North lost the first game and come back in a 3-1 victory.
A beautiful display of just macro pressure that the Kingsgrove North High School understand and utilize to be able to take a victory over Canberra College. And in this 3-for-1 in a best of 5, Kingsgrove North High School, they move on to the next stage in a relatively convincing fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that first game didn't look brilliantly coming in from them, but once they found their flow, and specifically, again, I've called it before, I'll call it again, the jungler, his tempo and momentum, set them up in the second and third game. Bit slower in the fourth, because Rengar is a different style of jungler. He can't skirmish as heavily, especially not against a volley bear. But this aggressive jungle style did them wonders up against Canberra College. And again, you must be doing something right if you are the champions of New South Wales when it comes to meta.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I wanna sort of jump back to the champion select where we were talking about how this Veigar is going to have to build. Yeah, sure. Two items that proc Glacial Augment. Sure, that is something that you want to build as a Veigar. But then he went into a Rabadon's Death Cap, fourth item after the Magi Soul Stealer. Look, yeah, sure. You have a Baby Cage. You have some slows. They have a Rengar with Edge of Night. He needed to build a Zonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe wasn't fully reading the game state in that sort of situation there. But you got to learn somehow, and in this situation, you learn through punishment, sadly enough, for playing Veigar there. But Canberra College, better luck next time, my guys, as Kingsgrove will be representing New South Wales. That was the wrong button. I may have accidentally pressed the wrong button. Because, guys, hopefully we will be having an interview with one of the members of Kingsgrove post-game. So we're just quickly checking out that, making sure they're on their way, guys. Anything else, Tico, I should look this way. Anything else from this game that really spoke to you?
Well, I really enjoyed watching that Rengar delete the Veigar. But also, it was the fact that one thing that I have to drag out from, well, two things. The first one was the Zhonya's Hourglass from Bean Eater. He needed to pick it up. The second thing was, I don't think this bot lane played their champions the way they should have. So it's a Yasuo Nautilus. Hard engaged. Yeah, there was quite a bit of disengage coming out from the Ashiana, but I didn't see that aggression coming out from the Yasuo. He always played reactively. He waited for Weird Potato to land a hook before he went in. And when you see a Yasuo bot lane as an AD carry, that Yasuo definitely needs to be one of the two engages. Yeah, you can follow up on the Nautilus, but I also want the Yasuo to be one of the main two engages because he does quite a bit of damage early on. You just need to be able to play. You just need to be able to play aggressive with the Yasuo.
Yeah, and in those fights, there were quite a few fights there where the dredge line landed and Yasuo immediately followed it up. We saw that in the laning phase itself, they were trying, but Janna existed. And that's in itself a bit of a problem because you're going in, you get the great start off, and there's like, LOL, I've got Eye of the Storm to give a shield. And then I knock you up with Typhoon, and then I slow you with my Zeta, and I blow both of you away because I've got access to my ultimate as well. It is so difficult to lock down a single champion, because Nautilus only has so much crowd control he can bring to the table. It's so annoying dealing with a Janna who's just like, you wanna engage? No. But I really want to, no. Sit down, shut up, get off my Ash. That was the epitome of bot lane for 20 minutes. It's just Janna telling Yasuo and Nautilus to sit down and shut up. It was great.
Yeah, his entire job, keep the Ashe alive, and here's a redemption. Oh, you want to damage him? I've got shields as well. Oh, you still on top of him? That's fine. I'll use my ultimate. And NECC has got the Mikhail's Crucible, just following up anything that you want to deal with. And I mean, the Blade of the Ruin King as well, major disengage. So a lot of props going over to Kingsgrove North High School for drafting that composition. I loved every single composition they picked up today, and a lot of it revolving around the jungle and the mid lane. Because of their assassin type style, their ability to be able to outplay the meta, whether it be just going a hard assassin composition from the jungle in the mid lane, or having the Galio being a control mitigating mid laner with the mad DPS on the jungle, or switch it around.
Yeah, a lot of versatility coming out of Kingsgrove North, and we expect to see plenty more of it coming into the future as, again, they'll be making their way to nationals. They have to fight their way through the other states and step up, guys. Now, of course, we do have that interview planned up and coming up, guys. We'll be back in just a moment with an interview with a member from Kingsgrove North. And welcome back, guys. Of course, as we said, we had that interview organized with a member from Kingsgrove North High School. We do, of course, have the voice of Ward Saves Lives, the top liner who came up victorious in that best of 5 series. Mate, how you going after what was quite a very fun series to watch?
Yeah, it was interesting. All the boys pretty happy with the win. Took home the win. On to the next stage. I'm just looking forward for that. Yeah.
It was a great series to watch, and I loved it. But I have to get your opinion as to Anthos. We saw him pick Mordekaiser 4 times. How did you guys? What was going through your minds when you saw that Mordekaiser being locked in every single time?
Yeah. So, versing it first in the first time, I saw it wasn't that much of a big deal to deal with. I just had to change up the way I'd play a bit. So I decided to go for the Shen, so I'd have more global presence rather than sitting in the top. The Shen worked twice. They banned it out in the last game, and then they left the Darius open, and I just took that to dominate the top. But yeah, the Mordekaiser, wasn't very scary after seeing it being played so many times. Kind of got used to it. If you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. We do want to drag us down a little bit through your team. Of course, 3 pandas in your team, which I'm sure can get probably a little annoying during communication times. But specifically, the panda that is your jungler seemed to have a massive impact throughout the course of this series. Is he like one of your shot callers? Is he the man who's saying, "Hey guys, I'm doing this. You need to back me up"?
He's he's one of the carries for the team. We got the jungle carry, AD carry. Your shot calling, we all just communicate. We just kind of go with the flow of the game. We don't have one specific shot caller. It's just we all voice our opinions and see what's going on in the map and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you guys did really well. I saw the communication. It looked really pretty clean. I wasn't in call, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, I also have to give a lot of props to your last game. Darius is a huge anti-gank sort of champion. But when we're talking about anti-fun, I want to look at this Janna. What made you guys go, yeah, we need to draft a Janna Ashe comp?
So we wanted the Ashe pick, and our support was comfortable on the Janna, so we gave her Janna, just purely for the comfort, because she doesn't have the Leona or heavy engage. She's more of a enchanter player. Yeah.
And of course, you guys will be moving forwards as the representative of New South Wales. I want to ask, how does that make you feel pride? How are you feeling as a result of again, you guys have to basically represent your state against the rest of Australia in the coming weeks?
I'll be honest. I don't know the specifics for all of that. The team captain, he knows all the details. I can't just rock up to the games. But yeah, I'm sure that everyone's excited for it. Me personally, I'm looking forward to it myself. We probably should have got in a couple more practice games because as you could see, some of the communication was good, but it could have been better. There was some things we could have improved on.
Well, that's really good to hear that you guys are somewhat ready for it as well. But just wanted to thank you so much, Ward Save Lives, for jumping in for an interview after your game, after your long and well fought out game. So thank you so much for joining us in the desk today.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
All good. Well, guys, on that note, that is a wrap up here for Meta HSE. The regionals are done for today. Of course, we had a lot of fun games throughout the course of today. Earlier today, of course, we had our NBA 2K, where we witnessed Chuka going up against Gabe, where Chuka was able to take the victory, 141 to 86 points. After that, of course, Seiko Rocket League was our second game here for Meta.
Yeah, Rocket League being a huge fight coming out from these guys. Let me just get my book up so that we can...
Emnus Catholic College, I believe, up against Canleyvale High School.
Canleyvale High School.
Canleyvale High School, that's right.
And yeah, Canleyvale High School taking a 4-0 sweep in the best of 7. A lot happening there. And as well, League of Legends. We just finished that one. Canberra College versus Kingsgrove North High School, where Kingsgrove take a 3-1 in a best of 5 over for them. But a huge thank you to all of our sponsors, Acer and Intel, Optus, Torrance University, as well as Harvey Norman. Great sponsors, as we love to see that happen. But yeah,
Yes, guys.
that's it from us.
Yeah, indeed, that is it from us, guys. We'd like to, of course, thank all of the admins who've been helping organize throughout the course of today and hell, the entire tournament itself. Tico, thank you for joining me for the last hours. About 7 coming up to probably 8 hours. Has been a hell of a day together. Of course, our broadcaster, Reinhardt, he hasn't been able to say much on stream, but he has been a rock throughout this entire thing as well. So, guys, on that note, thank you very much for joining us. Keep in mind the Nationals, where every state will face head-to-head, is coming up. So keep your eyes out for more news and keep your eyes open for the next cast. We'll see you then.
Potty pussy.
Dad!
Bring your family together. Optus Family Plan with 4 SIMs and 250 gigs of data to share.